Alright.
Boo.
Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing this fine night, evening, suffering? What? Don't worry about it. Oh man, I am tired. Or... Hopefully I'm finishing with this DLC today. Hope. Alrighty. Close that shit. Flip over to here. Click a button. Alright. Shut up. Oy. Alright. Let's see if we can fucking finish with this shit or not. Hacked Pokeball. I know what you're referencing, fucking hacked Pokeballs. So pretty much during Gen 6, well, and 7 as well, but Gen 6 was where it was easiest to just hack in Pokemon. With the 3DS, it was so easy to do it. Easiest fucking shit on the planet. Oh, here's the Volcanion quest. Okay. Volcanion, eh? Fire, water. It's tough for boy X-Control. A difficult proposition for our big man. Difficult proposition in general. Fire, water is a very, very irritating typing. It is weak to electric. Right. So how's this gonna work exactly? But creative methods to get the thing open. Volcanion experts, huh? Alright. The random dumbass I used to promote to rank X. Okay, bro. Nice name. Uh-huh. Can I just get in and beat this man's ass? Bro, they hate this man, Volcanion, so much, bro. Just giving him nothing but like an eternal void. Damn, this is messed up, man. I feel bad for Volcanion. Hey, big guy. This is... They hate this man. Ow. Alright. That's full canyon. Okay. Where did the void just come from? No. Hey, can you, have a Volcanion flatten parts of Lumio City, so I could just, do some marathon running? No. No, that's a terrible idea. Alright. It's cool, man. I don't like you making that face. No, stop that. I think it might be time to also unlock a very, very important quest for a very, very important someone. A very, very important someone. Where is she? There she is. Alright. Vinny. What would that be? Oh, I got a Mimikyu. Think I have a Mimikyu still? Oh, that's nice, though. He's got a daughter. I mean, it makes sense. Listen, Vinny could get it, okay? I think I have a Mimikyu. Pretty sure I have a Mimikyu. Lying around. There we go. Yeah, we do. Oh yeah, you can have that one. I'm not using it. I got one. Here you go, buddy. He's a big guy. Ooh, heavy balls. Heavy balls are pretty good, actually. Alright, well, there's that quest done. That... Who might that be? Let's go make a donut. Let's go investigate. I want that unidentified megastone. My curiosity is getting the better of me. Probuzz, Charties. My gay donut. Alright. By the museum in a shopping mall, or in a shopping district. Where are you? Not in here. Okay, then how do we get to you? Yum, 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 yum. This way does not seem to help me in any way, shape, or form. One of the few screws that I'm missing. And a roof of monkeys. Goodbye, monkeys. Why, thank you, monkeys. How do I get to that roof? Go here. I don't know if that really helps me. Is there a ladder? No. I got a ladder here. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can make this. Not even fucking close. How do we get to the roof here? Hmm. This is a solution to my problem. Okay. At least I got a TM out of this, so... And one of the other screws I was missing, so... Not too bad, I suppose. Hopefully. Alright, who's behind this door? This metaphorical door. Oh, you fucking bastard. So we need 25,000 points for the special scan, eh? Okay. I think I know who this is. I think this is going to be the Lottie twins, isn't it? Yes, it's the Lottie twins. Okay. It's the Lottie twins. Nope. Okay, that's acceptable. Okay, where is our Darker Knight? Give that to you. So the Lottie twins, eh? Alright, big man. Dark Pulse. Nasty Blunt. Tough Ice Beam. Sludge Bomb. Splooge Bomb. think with Darkrai, I'm just gonna go max HP, max special attack. Don't have to go too complicated with it, I think. What's up, AJ? I don't know what any of that means, but, F to pay respects, I suppose. Those are words that mean things on the internet or something. I don't know. Man, I've spent a lot of money on vitamins. There's a quest that I have to give $1 million to someone. Oh. That quest's not gonna take a while to complete. Glovers versus sliders is a meme. Toy gloves with LED lights and fingers. The glovers are awards. People have sparkling slide. I feel like I've seen some kind of intonation to this, but I still have like no idea. Like I feel like I'm vaguely familiar with what you're talking about, but I still think it's But I still like I have like no idea. But I feel like I have some idea as to what is being spoken to mayhaps. Some of these damn, like, dudes with, like, they glowy gloves or whatever. Okay. Still find this to be particularly strange. This gloving. It's like, alright. Gloves. It's the glowy gloves. Yeah, I've seen the glowy gloves. I know, like, they're like little glow. They got like LEDs in the tips and shit, and they, like, I don't know, do tricks and shit, or just like, I don't know, wave at you funny because they glow. It's like, oh, it's glowing. That's funny. Like, that's all there is to it. Oh, there's like, I didn't know there's like a whole gang war aspect to this or something. I'm just playing Pokemon. Well. Let's go get these Lottie stones. Hello. They keep repeating each other's same points. Yeah, Latios and Latios. Oh, I'm aware. Let's go. fierce. Oof. Latios got popped in the head by Dark Pulse. Alright, well, that was fun. Latiosite and Latiosite. Now we just have to find the special cracks and we catch them. Yeah. See you guys later. Yoink. We're gone. Alright, well. That's that quest done. What? Sir, they got instantaneously popped in the fucking head. They did. They certainly did get instantaneously popped in the fucking head. Oh, is this finally going to be the thing that I'm looking for? Now that we're done with the Mimikyu quest? Alright, Jet. Give me what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. Let's make here now. Alright, well, it's broken time. Already done. Gimme. Give me the most broken fucking pile of dog shit on the planet. Gimme. Gear Knight. Wake the fuck up. All right, well. Yeah, thanks for the flowers. Yeah, well, there's the most broken Mega, one of the most broken Pokemon ever created in this game's history. Stupid. And it got a Mega for some reason. Why did they give Magearna a Mega? Probably because Game Freak's on crack or something. Many such cases of Game Freak being on crack. Well, its defenses are the best, eh? That's fine by me. Oh. I'll put you there for now, buddy. God, this Pokemon is so stupid. What were they thinking when they made Mega Magearna? Why did they think Mega Magearna needed to be made? All these questions and more. that will be answered at some point in our lives. They won't. These questions will never be answered in our lives. We'll be forced to wallow away in our suffering, in our sorrow for the rest of eternity. The SNL Trump Metal Gear bit? No. Squishy, somehow sturdy. Oh. Hi, Meltan. Well, Meltan and Melmetal, eh? What's up? So I guess with Meltan and Melmetal, you can't actually evolve this thing normally, because you can only evolve Meltan into Melmetal with Meltan candies. Obviously, we can't connect this shit with Pokemon Go. That's Meltan. It's gonna be Melmetal. Alright, let me go get a donut then. Only a level 1? Really? That's so low. Probably don't need much for it then. Oh, I have to go pay for a parking ticket as well tomorrow. God damn it. It's annoying. Nope. But why is there a Trump Metal Gear bit? I'm a little confused. Like, like, who the fuck is, like, Snake or whoever in the Metal Gear bit? I'm a little confused. Is Hideo Kojima there or something? Is he hosting? Hello? Well, let's see how this works. What's up, gamer? Yeah, he's just a little guy. Let me guess, they're Melmetal now. There you go. That's Melmetal. They all combine together. Hey, big guy. Yeah, it's a strong Pokemon. Oh, little girl's gone. Just me and you now, big guy. I hope you'll like Melmetal forever. Sure, dude. Alright. Time to leave. We'll take the big man. Hey, big guy. And our little guy. Cool. What's this?
I'm invading Venezuela by myself, Metal Gear Solid style. That's exciting. Did that hit with some of the losers in the crowd? Maybe it did.
Okay. Imagining like Trump going in stealth in like the jungles of Venezuela. Speaking like Big Boss or like Snake or whatever, being like, "Yeah, Colonel, I'm sneaking around. I'm gonna get that Venezuelan oil or some shit." You know, it's just very silly to me. People are like they shouldn't punch down because it's such a minor joke. I think people need to grow up, lol. I don't disagree. Like, it's really contextual, I think, AJ. Super contextual, right? Like, in certain points, like, is it okay to, like, punch down? I mean, maybe. Generally speaking, like, it's very contextual. Like, I don't think you should always just be, like, say, like, Dave Chappelle or all these, like, stupid Netflix specialists, like comedian troglodytes who just use trans people at every butt of the joke, right? Like, and they don't like really come up with like a joke about trans people, generally speaking. Like sometimes they do, and it's like, oh, I mean that's like kind of funny, yeah, sure, whatever. But typically the butt of that joke is just like, so trans people, yeah, they exist and they just exist. It's like, okay, I get that, but what's like the joke? And then there's just no joke. It's like, alright. Well, that was pointless. Stupid. Well, if it involves you, Alex Royvos, then it is I am absolutely going to be kicking the shit out of those Aspergers. You're cooked, bud. But, like... Shady guy has a fucking side quest, eh? What do you got for me, buddy? I've heard of Genesect. What do you have, the drives? A certain organization, you say? They're a terrorist organization, but whatever. So they say. Let me guess. I'm gonna get the Genesect. You're gonna give me the drives. And of course, you want me to buy them off you. 540 each. Whatever. That's gonna take a while. We'll get around to that. And then, let me guess, we get Genesect available to us. Whatever. What was I saying? Yeah, about punching down. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like super contextual. Like, you can make jokes about, like, race jokes, jokes about certain minority populations. Yeah, that's like, I don't have a problem with that. It's fine, it's whatever. The problem is that most of the people who do that aren't funny about it. Like, it's just not funny. And they come off looking real stupid. Yeah, I think I remember you. No, you're good, bro. Hex Maniac channel. Oh, I know what this is about. Or what this is more than likely in a reference to. Dad watched it, had no idea what the part was, and just kind of didn't laugh. I feel like that's the case with a lot of stuff. I don't know. Alright, this is from Marshadow. Now, that is Marshadow. He doesn't know what Metal Gear is. Metal Gear is completely. What, your dad? Alright, so we want to go right here. And it needs to be sunset. Yeah, we have to wait for it to be sunset. Oh, since we're waiting around. Listen, all we know about, like, all you have to know about Metal Gear, and I I'll find it funny if your dad picks up on this, is about Metal Gear essentially being used as a way for Hideo Kojima to express his horniness. Because there's a lot of instances of fucking Hideo Kojima being like a weird, horny motherfucker. Quiet. I guess it's getting closer. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. Cope and seethe, Jack. I didn't have to wait that long. Oh, you're talking about Quiet the character. Well, yeah, well, it's not just Quiet. I mean, Quiet's the more recent, more overt example. Hey, little buddy, can you come out? I know you're there. Well, isn't Quiet naked, basically half naked, because she has to be because of like some skin virus thing or something? Hey, little guy. Yeah, that's not a child. He'll beat the shit out of you. This is a ghost. This is a ghostly child you do not fuck with. Now. Marshadow, can you do me a solid and stand the ball? Stand the ball, please. Thank you. Alright, I'll call my little guy. It's Marshadow. Yeah, it's okay, Marshadow. You're not a fraud. You have fun with investigating that. Listen, I got the Marshadow. I don't really care about that bullshit. You have fun with that. Not my problem. I've been hired to do what I need to do. Let's catch Marshadow. Ooh, we got we got a really good roll. We got 4 instead of 3. Nice. Love that for me. Cool. Oh, there's also a lot of like gay scenes as well in like Metal Gear games, right? Like what? There's like stuff with, I always forget. Is it Big Boss and like Ocelot, where they're basically dancing with each other in like a really homoerotic way. Like it's extremely fucking homoerotic. And who the fuck else? Oh, like Hideo Kojima loves just randomly putting in like fucking goddamn feet shots. That's another thing Kojima does. Bro do be doing them feet shots very often. There's that. What the fuck else does he do? Pretty decent little start into our gaggle of legendaries and mythicals. So what, we still have the 4 Swords of Justice left and a couple others. 4 swords, a couple others. Because we got the Lottie twins. They can be found now. And a few other shitters. Get some of these evolutions out of the way, actually. In one of the side missions where you choke out someone while you're both in Speedos and drag them into a box. Yeah, that checks out. Not surprised that's a quest that exists. Knocked out. He's not knocked out. It's consensual. Interesting. How am I involving... How do I get Runerigus in this game? We need this for quest. We have stick, so that's good. Don't need you. Choke out your soldiers in 5 and they have equips like things for training and stuff. I think we can all acknowledge that Hideo Kojima was very horny when he made Metal Gear. Choked him out and revealed him diamonds. Well, I mean that is like the main. I don't think that's like a kink thing though, to be honest. I think that's just like a mechanic thing with the game, like because you just going around, well, knocking people out by choking them out. And Mr. Fister. Which we're going to keep, obviously, because we need Mr. Fister. Mr. Rhyme. Mr. Rhyme. How do we get it? 42? That's not that hard. What Automod do? Metal Gear is super gay. That's true. I feel like we've all established this at this point. That Metal Gear is quite gay. Lovely. Let's get this useless ass idiot evolved and kill it immediately. What's up, dork? Cool. Let's head now to the Justice Dojo. Annihilate Pshitno Rage Fist. I just have to use Rage Fist a bunch of times, and then it evolves. There it is. There. Sure. Alright, big guy. Get fisted. Take a little bit of time. Still 20 times. For CA. Definitely been at least about 10 times. Alright. Angry monkey. Angry monkey that got so angry it's now dead. It's still angry. Hey, big man. Sure, dude. What's up, big gal? Cool. Ooh. Right, now we have to think about how to get Runerigus in Legends. Yay. Are we doing another one of these fucking schizo fucking evolutions? Fuck my life, bro. Alright. 57. Needs to take at least 49 points of HP damage. And I must be standing under one of the two coolant waterway bridges. What is this? That looks like Glycopod to me. Okay. Or that might not be you in Glycopod. Lovely. That could be Mega Beedrill as well. It's definitely a bug. Some flavor of bug. Not Boy Meets Minnie's fucking chudlarping again. Boy Meets Minnie, you've already chudlarped before.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
What's in here? Wait, is Alex Roivos here? This might be Mega Meowstic. Oh no, it's not. Okay, it is the bee. It's Big Dig Bee. not fucking the thing, because I could get poisoned with Skarmory. Dead. Stephen Miller wanted to start shit with Mexico, and he settled on starting shit with Venezuela. I believe I heard of that as well. I want to say. Dual Wing Bait deals a lot more damage than Fly. It does about the same amount of damage. That's kind of annoying. Alright, how do we evolve Galarian Mask in this game? Coolant Waterway. Okay. Right here. Okay. Now I have to take exactly 49 HP of damage. Why does this fucking dumbass evolution method still here? I don't know. Fuck you, that's why. Attack my dumbass, please, or something. Yeah. Wow. This is how you have to evolve this stupid motherfucker. You have to let it just do damage. Jesus Christ. Okay, 36, 13 more. Okay, one more. Just a crit. I want you to use growth. Because that does 12 damage instead of the 8 damage that I want you to do. Alright, just whatever. Hey, little buddy. Can you do a little more damage to me, please? Just a little more. Alright, 47. Don't want that. 48. One more. Want that. Nah, this is just some random, I don't know, schizophrenic bullshit that some intern came up with and thought it'd be a good idea. This fucking convoluted method to evolve this motherfucker. Okay, so you have to be under a specific bridge, but you also have to make sure you take about 49 HP points of damage. But go make sure you have to also be under a bridge that's, to evolve it. It's like, okay, bro. Stupid. It's such a dumb evolution method. It's like, how did people find this out in Sword and Shield? I don't know. They did. Alright, well. Cool. That's that done. That's for Norgus. Into the shiny hole you go. Yeah, you're going inside a hole. Alright, now we have to do the far-fetched quest. How about we start by giving you your stick, little buddy? Stick. 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 Oh, it's a leak, but whatever. It's a stick. Fuck you. It's a stick. Stick. We'll switch to Pokemon has... What? Switch to Pokemon has one that's so hard and annoying because people won't be able to data mine, lol. No, people are always going to be able to data mine. Yeah, that's not happening. That's like impossible. That'll never not happen. Alright, so we're gonna get stealthily ambushed. Okay. For that. Alright. Level 84 should be more than enough. That works. Right, let's do this far-fetched quest. Or for you old heads out there, ding. If you know, you know. Gotta get the rest of the boys out. Because this has to be done alone. Very homo queer, I know. Very anime, very homosexual, very cringe, very gay. Do you hear that, Esper? It's sleeping. Look at it. Oh, it woke up. Oh. I just wanted to say hi, but I scared it. Oh, whatever. I got my little quacker. Quack, quack, quack. Oh shit. Another piece of this quack. 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 Have at thee. almost lost. Because how slow my moves are loading. Jesus Christ. There. Fuck you. Bitch. There. Get. A big fan. Whack. Oh, I don't get an opportunity heal, do I? Okay, So longevity's the name of the game. Okay, so none of this setup shit. Fuck that. Definitely actually need slash. Perhaps some more levels as well. I have all these damn candies, might as well. Alright, cool. Alright. Getting more candies is, like, not a problem in this, so, I mean, it's a whatever investment. Whack. I'm definitely not easy training this thing, though. Whack, whack, whack. Quack. 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 Yeah, know your place. Have at thee, quack. Quack. I'm just gonna keep whacking. Quack. Oh, that's a big one. Quack. Fucking quack. Have at thee. That is a big quack. That's a big quack. Quack. Are they gonna jump me? Oh, so they just wanted a LARP. Okay. Quack. Oh boy, a grade 10 bow. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Challenge to kill 160 monsters globally. Neat. Alright, I'll go buy Monster Hunter, yoink that shit, and then not open the game or something. I don't know. Hell yeah. Free bow. I'll take it. Oh, never mind. The Pokemon Go clone. Oh. Well. Okay. Alright, well. How do you evolve again? My friendship nighttime. I forgot to equip the Soothe Bell to it. I mean, you know, all the streamers played once the new Monster Hunter game, and then they fucked off. Like, that's just, like, commonplace. Alright. Chimeko. We're still missing quite a few. I have not seen Torchic of all things yet. That's crazy. Okay. Did I never evolve a Spoink? I never evolved a Spoink. Fuck my life. God damn it. can't believe stuff being sold for microtransactions. Grr. Curses. Hate microtransactions. Grr. Grr. DLC's absurd, for sure. Well, fuck it, we ball. So really the only things we have left for trade are just a couple of trade evolutions, and some of the other stuff is just like forehead get lucky. Yeah, everything else is just forehead get lucky. Oh, son of a bitch. Eventually, all I got from 9-star monsters basically became a new endgame. Oh. People complaining about lack of contact they added in. Some of those 9-stars suck. I won't do Gormagala unless we have to. Oh. Okay. Oh. You know what? Fuck you. Gore's your Magala. How about them apples? Okay, so I know one of the things that we're missing. We are definitely missing, Frigibax, right? I'm trying to think of some of the stuff that we're missing. We're definitely missing the Frigibax line. But that's like a 1% chance of showing up. Torchic. Don't know what the fuck that shit could be. A lot of these, like, individual ones, I have no idea what they could be. That's Grumpig. Fucking miss Grumpig of all things. It's dumb. The Mega Man OCs. That's Viper. Swords of Justice are 4 of these. Take one, Spellowetta, Genesect. Spellowetta, Genesect, and something else. Oh boy. to get a fucking overquill as well, then. Right? Yeah. Definitely do not have an overquill. Well, this is not my favorite though because it forced a sacred autopilot down your throat. Oh, force autopilot. Force a sacred. Okay. Is that? I have no idea what the fuck that is. Is that like your little like creature thing that you have as a mount or something? Okay, so I need to head here so I can get the Hisuian quillfish for overquill. Head here for Galarian dipshit. Head here for berries. That's about it, I think. Forcing you to have to use the bird to traverse common parts of the map is dumb. Gotcha. We'll just use the bird smile. Just shmeele, 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 shmeele. Oh, dawn is approaching already. That's not great. We might have to lose it on that large. It's fine. This mountain's mandatory to autofalls the last or two. Oh. Gotcha. Gotcha. So if you want to walk around the map, you have to ride it forcefully. I see. No, AJ's just racist against birds. Understandable, though. I would be as well. Melee straight too faster and it's better. Rise and Wilds both have mounts that you can call to evade monster attacks. Neat. I don't know, it sounds like you're racist against birds. Oh, we have to also get the drives for Genesex, so we gotta pop all these things as well. well, you know what, AJ? That's not very squawkalicious of you. Don't ask me what that means, because I don't know. I can't answer that question. That's not very squawkalicious. I don't know, you seem to be racist against birds. Which is understandable, because in twitch.tv/Daharumba, we love being racist against birds. Now, being racist against investors, however, now that we can get behind even more. Right, Boy Meets Minnie? Now, those are guys who can be extremely prejudiced towards. Final boss only had a low rank. Low rank at launch, no armor, no weapons. Absurd. Seems like some fundamental design flaws because of being Greek. I can't believe my heckin' Japanese corporation would be greedy. What if I were to tell you no? Well, that's this area pretty much completely picked clean. 4. That one, I believe, had Galarian Farfetch'd in it. I don't think we're gonna make it to there in time. Perfect. Good boys. Bitch. Monster Hunter Rise was actually upsetting me. The true ending came out like 1 to 2 months after. It's a COVID game though. I don't think we should be afraid of Capcom, personally. Personally, I think we should be as unfair as possible to Capcom. Alright, I came here to try to find the duck. And so far we're not finding any ducks. Well. Ask and we shall receive duck. Shit. RKO by Scar Rate. Easy clap. Two dragons having sex, huh? Fascinating. So there's fucking. saying that Boy Meets Smitty would hate this game. A murder abortion. Yeah, well, it could be worse. Stranger things have happened in a Japanese video game. Murder abortion, I feel like that's pretty tame. Yeah, it sounds kind of cucked and lefty. Why are you being so cucked and lefty right now, AJ? Talking about abortions in our very wholesome, conservative Minecraft server? You're gonna have to get banned for that one for at least 2 days. Want me to Smitty? You know what to do. Yeah, ban AJ for being woke. We cannot tolerate wokeness in this channel. We are conservatives. Can't believe that AJ is still promoting wokeness in our channel. SMH. Well, there was a Metacham here, and the Metacham despawned because this game is gay, and I hate it. We're out of here. Western Castle Town and fight a Frankenstein golem monster. No. Automod doesn't work on obvious streamers, so because Automod is stupid, so I can't do that. That's a cope and seeth jack. If we ever seen one, Boy Meets Mini, we got a standard cope and seeth jack. We got a fucking coper and a seether.
Cope and seethe jack.
That's right. We got a coper and a seether. Correction. There's plenty of homosexuality in this game. Literally, there are 2 Yuri relationships just in this game alone. So checkmate, libtard. They're just roommates? Yeah. Right, yeah. Jacinthe and Laban are just roommates. Right. Sure. Yo, what up? Oh, he's pissed. So you can also get battle zones with these things. Well, that kind of sucks major cock and balls. That's annoying. Ugh, but these are so fucking doo-doo butt cheek fart ass, like doo-doo fart cheek butt fucking dog water poo poo butt. Dookie water. Wow, these suck balls. Alright, well. Nice meme, I guess. they would fuck off, but they don't fuck off. Okay. Big hole. So I guess the only way we could proceed forward in terms of filling up the rest of the Pokedex is by hopefully getting lucky with all these special scans. Great. That's a lot of tedium. That's Mega Beedrill again. Why are you giving me Mega Beedrill twice in a row, bro? What the fuck? That's kinda fucked up. That's kinda messed up, bro. Okay, well. I know that you can get some, like, level 5 areas, and they're very low in terms of the percentage chance they show up. Some, like, level 5-star areas, these special scans, and you can get special wild Pokemon. I believe that's how you get your hands on Frigirbacks, but I'm just trying to get them for the completed Pokedex. God fucking damn it. Which means it's just going to be a complete fucking RNG just shit show fest. Is the game just going to do it and give it to me eventually or not? Who the fuck knows? I think we're pretty much done with this game. The stuff that's basically left to do right now is very grindy, very annoying. And you just have to get fucking lucky. Pre-podcast white guy. I'm just thinking about, like, man, pre-podcast white guys, huh? Man, those guys don't exist anymore. Dean Norris. You a sussy baka? No, you a sussy baka. Why is Dean Norris saying sussy baka? That's the only question that I have. Why would he say these things? That's very strange to me. I feel like anyone who ever acted Breaking Bad should not go anywhere near the term sussy baka. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I feel like that should be a crime. Potentially against humanity. I'm not 100% certain about that one yet, but I'm willing to have like a committee about it. Maybe like have a discussion. I'm open to the idea personally, but you know. There's a hole in my sock. God damn it. I'm getting holes in my socks. Hate it. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go grab some water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna replace this sock that has a hole in it. Fuck. Fuck, I have to go pay for this damn parking ticket tomorrow. That's just gonna be a pain in the ass. Luckily, City Hall is not that far from where I live, so I'm probably just gonna walk there. So then I don't have to take a car. So then I don't have to figure out how to park. Figure out where the free parking is. Not have to deal with that bullshit. I don't have to walk, it's just gonna be very long. Yeah, it's not that bad. Then I have to take the car back to my parents' house. That's gonna be a pain in the ass tomorrow. Whatever. Yeah, look, like, it's the fucking worst. So if I can avoid it, I will. Well, I mean, it's the reason why I have the damn parking ticket that I do. So I went to my buddy's house, right? And for whatever reason, the vast majority of their visitor parking is used for snow storage. And you can't park there during the winter. It's... Why do they do this? I don't know why his building does this, but I was just like, oh fuck. My two other buddies are here already. They already took the other two available parking spaces. I have no idea where to find parking in this, like, kind of like suburban area part of the city, right? It's kind of where I live. It's mostly houses. Not a lot of public parking around, so I'm just like, fuck that, dude. I'm just gonna take the risk. I'm just gonna park here and just hope the police doesn't come. Now, about an hour and the police apparently does come and I get fucking ticketed. Well, son of a fucking bitch. It's annoying. So it's just like, okay, whatever. Get fucked over because it's dumbass buildings, dumb fucking policies. And because I didn't want to park in someone's fucking private parking space. $35. It's annoying. It's fucking annoying, I'll be quite honest. Anyway, I'm gonna hit the bathroom, I'm gonna do all that stuff. I will be right back.
Barack Hussein Obama.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh boy. Fuck it, we ball. This is what many people are saying. Fuck it, we ball. Oh, just so I don't forget, in terms of, obviously, holidays and whatnot, obviously no stream on the 25th, the 26th, and the 31st, right? For all the respective holidays. You know, your New Year's is your Christmases, your whatnot. We'll be busy on all those days. So that'll be fun. Fun for everyone. Very cool. Unless I'm also just not streaming on the 24th. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Anywho. Shut you up. Make sure that's ready for tomorrow. Alright. Eat this damn Ricola, and then we should be fine. Beach roll. I do enjoy seeing Beetle stocks going up, though. Although this will be, like, a fixation for, like, a day. Listen, my boy deserves it. He deserves it. My boy Mega Beetle, or Beetle in general. He's just doing his best. Sorry, Alex, but nobody gives a fuck about Mega Mastic. What's up, FTS? Based on what? Oh yeah, based on what? Yeah. Wait, Boy Meets Mini. Doesn't Steve Wozniak like not like AI? He's not like an AI guy, right? If I recall correctly. He's cool, but still a capitalist, though. Nah. You take what you can get. Because here's the thing. OG dipshit. Not Tim Cook. Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs would be pro AI. 1000%. He's the type of dude who would be like, AI would be like a force for fucking innovation for everyone else. Because, here, like, Apple has not really gone down the AI brain rot, like, rabbit hole, right? Like, Apple has done none of that yet. Jobs was a eugenicist, too. Your college teacher said AI caused her diabetes. Huh. That's crazy. Are you saying that... Wait, Boy Meets Minnie, would Steve Jobs have owned a set of calipers? Okay. I understand what we're dealing with here. I understand what we're dealing with here. My opinion on scalpers? I hate them. Why is there an emote with a pickle with a pirate hat? Okay. But you have this subscriber emote and you're saying okay. I understand now. Personally, I think FDS is trolling. Always trolling. what? Why is the first thing I see when I openly browse on Twitch is a pair of giant intergalactic...
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
The hell are you talking about? Yeah, but where? I need to know for my own research purposes. Obviously. I need to corroborate what's being said here. Some Charlotte High human. Okay. Okay. I'll believe you this one time. You're searching the World Wide Web. Alright, cool. Finished my gosh dang cough problem thing, probably. Why don't we get started with this? Don't you know you? If you're gonna use someone properly, idiot. Yeah, know your place. And you. Boy meets Minnie. You know what to do. Destruction. Extreme prejudice upon all Romanians. Time for you to get back at the Whiteys. Alright, now we're fucking Naruto posting? Whatever, okay. No more distractions. That's not our son gone.
That's actually a key blast.
Anywho.
The reason you're cringe is not because you ain't skilled, but because you ain't ballin' on that stank-ass Windows 95 pewter.
It's not a tobacco cough. It's a phlegm cough. Relax. The U.S. security apparatus, the Patriot Act, all these differing measures. Also, preamble. I'm quite familiar with Taylor Lorenz, and we've been looking into some stuff recently about security apparatuses on this channel before, with all the UK it's like Stop Online Safety Act or something, or Help Online Safety Act. That stupid like dog shit act that was allowed to be proliferated across the world because of that collective shout and nonsense from the itch.io and Steam situation with the incest rape game called No Mercy, and of course how the collective shout essentially used that as a cudgel in order to do their stupid pro-censorship campaign, because that's what it is in reality for a lot of those people. It's pro-censorship shit. But also, if this is a excuse for the state in order to beef up a lot of its security apparatuses, they will do it no fucking problem, right? We have all these like AI security tech firms that want to test out their new sort of like facial recognition software, and to do the same shit with like the Chinese surveillance system, which apparently they have, or some shit, to recognize people's faces to deduct their social credit, which is apparently false, or like mostly exaggerated by a lot of like Western outlets, but whatever, I digress. It's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, dude, oh, you're telling me that the byproducts of the state is currently turning in on itself, all the security state apparatus bullshit that they were used to testing on Middle Eastern people during the Iraq and the Afghanistan wars, and now there's all these economic turmoil because of these failed imperialist attempts, and now they're starting to turn in on themselves because the people are now pretty pissed about the fact that they can't provide for themselves and can't get basic goods for themselves. It's a tale that's pretty much as old as time itself, but I believe this isn't the first time this has come up before, and no one's really talking about this, but I believe it's called, you could correct me if I'm wrong, Boy Meets Mindy, but there's 2 acts. There was SOSA and COSA, I think. There's like Stop Online, or like Safety Act or something, or like Child Online Safety Act or something. It's one of those 2, and I think Taylor Lorenz is going to talk about SOSA, I think, or COSA. It's SOSA or COSA. It's one of the fucking 2 bills, where basically it's the exact same shit as what the Australians are. Well, maybe not exactly the same as like Australians. What the Australians are proposing with like social media restrictions. Yeah, COSA is the deep fake stuff. Yes, 1000% Boy Meets Mindy, but that's something else. Yeah, we're talking about, I think this is a different bill, but this is like something they've introduced like 3 or 4 times, and this is the 4th time they're trying to pass this now. And Republicans would prefer to do anything possible in order to give more AI security tech firms the ability to just harvest more and more people's information. I mean, we know the current administration is working closely with Palantir, with Peter Thiel, the self-proclaimed Antichrist. So that's a whole thing that's like going on right now. And I assume we're probably going to go more and more into detail about this, because I mean, a lot of this is the sort of byproduct of the war on terror, right? All the stupid security theater bullshit that the West implemented in order to basically combat an issue that was not really the biggest issue on the fucking planet, especially in the West, but basically was being used as an excuse to manufacture not only consent for an imperialist war out in the Middle East, but also for tightening security measures and a greater ability for intelligence agencies and the state to be able to track a lot of your information. And now they're just getting more and more brazen about it with like all this like facial identification fucking software that you need in order to just be able to use social media. Like I said with Australia before, that's like the current thing that's going on with their like Child Safety Act bullshit, which is just it's just a facade, right? It's all just an excuse for the state to gather more and more information on people, to give that to data brokerage firms so then they could sell it to make more money for advertisers, and also AI security bullshit as well. But what do we have here?
I would not hold up China's internet as a positive vision of what we want our own online environment to be.
For years, the United States and the Western world
don't
villainized
disagree
China
with
for its restrictive internet landscape and mass censorship of online speech. In many ways, the Chinese internet, with its Great Firewall and extreme content restrictions, was positioned in stark contrast to America's free and open version of the web, where access to information was unrestricted and people could speak and express themselves freely. But lately, things are changing.
Yeah, so that's probably the real big thing with China right there, is the Great Firewall. That is something that actually does exist and is real and is not good. The amount of differing sort of outlets and speech that gets censored for the express purpose of maintaining the Chinese state is quite significant, right? But like the social credit score stuff, that's like heavily over exaggerated. That's like mostly the stuff that's like kind of a bit of a meme, basically. But if we want to talk about like the aspects of like social control within China and social media, sort of like internet control and presence with the state specifically, it's all Great Firewall of China shit.
changing. The United States and other Western countries are careening towards authoritarianism and seeking to pass laws that mandate invasive surveillance tech and extreme censorship of online speech. The pattern is very similar to what we saw in China and have seen in other authoritarian countries. Mass censorship and surveillance ushered in with justifications about child online safety, government seeking to...
Kids Online Safety Act. Yeah, it is SOSA. Yeah, like, again, it's always the guise of like, oh, we're just trying to keep kids safe online. When in reality, it's never been about that. It's about just gathering more information on people. But I assume Taylor's probably going to get into that.
Ban VPNs, constructing walled gardens, and so on. James Griffiths is a Hong Kong-based journalist who's covered China for over a decade. He's the author of the book, The Great Firewall of China, How to Build and Control an Alternative Version of the Internet. Today, he's joining me to talk about what China's internet is really like, the mass erosion of free speech on the Western internet, and why the situation we're in right now is so dangerous. Hi, James. Welcome to Free Speech Friday.
Thank you.
So to start off, I kind of want to explain to people a little bit about how China's internet works. I feel like we all have an idea of how China's internet works and that it's slightly different from America. I feel like the first time I learned about any country not having like free and open access to the internet, I heard about China.
So basically, from what I understand, China's internet is basically the same as Western internet, but it has a bunch of differing websites that exist that Westerners can have access to. So for example, if you want to access stuff like fucking Bilibili or whatever, and like the Chinese version of TikTok, like what, Red Note and shit, Westerners can do that. But Chinese people can't access stuff like Twitch or Google and all this other bullshit, right? That would be directly blocked by the Great Firewall of China.
A friend of mine went to study abroad and like couldn't use certain services, and I was like, wait, you guys don't have Facebook? Like, what's going on? So can you tell me a little bit about how their internet is structured?
Yeah, absolutely. We often use the term the Great Firewall when we talk about China's internet censorship apparatus. That's this huge censorship and surveillance apparatus that's been built up over the last around 30 years. But it's useful to think about the Great Firewall in kind of two broad parts. So you have the like traditional firewall, which is what a lot of people in the West think about, which is that's the technology which blocks things like Facebook, YouTube in China. So that if you're in China and you try and load YouTube, it doesn't work. You try and load Google services, none of them work. And that's the thing that really affects foreigners, right? Because you go to China and suddenly like none of your usual apps work. You can't go on social media, all of that. But that's been the case in China for decades. And you know, while it obviously affects what people in China can see and read online, it doesn't affect people so much on their day-to-day lives because people have got used to it, right? They're not trying to use these services because they've never been available. When we talk about censorship in China,
honestly, I feel that's like the worst part, right? Like people like, and that's like the biggest issue is like people getting used to this stuff. Like I don't think people should be used to this stuff because like again, the only reason why a lot of these fucking goddamn nation states do this in particular is just simply due to the fact that it's all about maintaining their own sort of power. China, and I've said this before, and Marxist-Leninists can like suck my balls over this. Like I don't fucking care. You're not a socialist state. You're not an actually fucking existing socialist state. You are capitalist, very very much so. You still have billionaires. The sort of who owns the means of production is held within private hands. It's not owned by the fucking goddamn proletariat. China has significantly cracked down on a lot of Marxist trade unions in the past as well. And Xi Jinping has talked about how like capitalism is the greatest system for China, blah, for the time being, yada yada yada. Like, I don't care like what amount of like, but like Xi Jinping's book, bro, yeah, totally. And like I'm going to always inherently believe the propaganda that's going to come from the fucking Chinese president. Sure, dude. Yeah, totally. Yeah, you know, 14-hour work days, suicide nets, billionaires. Yeah, those are all still things that exist. Now, obviously, do they have better regulations on their billionaires in comparison to the United States of America? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Doesn't change the fact that billionaires are still a thing within the supposed socialist state of fucking China. That's the main problem here.
a lot of what's really happening, kind of what's really affecting people, affecting their ability to speak and organize. And
also, yeah, people can always just like point to China as like a way in argumentation, as like a thought terminating cliche for as to why socialism doesn't work. And then you have to like spend all this time explaining why. Well, no, China's not an actual fucking socialist system. They still have all these like particular systems in place in order to maintain the current capitalist mode of production, yada yada yada, and then it just becomes a whole fucking definitional game with people, and it's very annoying.
Do anything online, that's happening within the firewall itself, within Chinese internet companies, within Chinese internet services. So as well as blocking websites from overseas, blocking people from accessing both, kind of content like social media, but also banned content, things to do with anti-government speech, you have censors who work within Chinese internet companies, Chinese social media, who are blocking what people can say. They're monitoring chats, they're monitoring posts online, and that's where the real kind of hard censorship is happening.
I want to dig into that.
It's like, again, that's no different to what they did during the fucking Patriot Act, right? NSA fucking spying on your messages and shit like that. The Chinese state does that as well. All their security apparatus bullshit, same shit. So, like, when I hear all these motherfuckers who constantly just glaze fucking China all the time, point shit out like this to them. It's just like, dog, they still fucking do all the same security state apparatus bullshit that you consistently criticize the United States for. Correctly for on the United States for, but the United States is not above reproach on this. China also does a lot of the exact same things. I wouldn't be surprised if the US is starting to learn quite a bit from how China has implemented quite a few of these systems. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
A little bit more, because I want to sort of explain to people how much censorship and how much surveillance is happening. Can you give us an idea of the Chinese internet landscape? I feel like they have like their equivalent of Uber, their equivalent of like every app that we have. I guess Weibo's the equivalent of social media. I don't know. It's sort of, I don't know if it's really one-to-one. They have Douyin, which...
Oh, also, I just remembered, a lot of like these dumb fucking tanky types got really mad at Taylor Lorenz for putting out this video. Good, fuck those people. They're not actual socialists. They are LARPers. They are just conservatives, just with a red coat of paint instead of a brown or a black coat of paint. If you know, you know about the sort of color schemes that we're going along with here. They're just fascists. They are no different than all the shit that Mussolini proposed in terms of censorship measures. Same with Hitler. All these people, all the fascist sort of administrations and authoritarian governments that have used censorship in order to maintain their control of the populace for, well, maintenance of control of the country under their own rule, should be just about as criticized as when the Patriot Act is used, or SOSA is attempting to be implemented as well, or all these like current facial recognition softwares that all these like Western countries are implementing. Because I guarantee you, all these like motherfucking tankies will go hard in the paint against what Australia is doing. But this is exactly the same shit that they've done in fucking China for decades at this point.
Which I guess is similar to TikTok. But in terms of like the products that people use day to day, like to express themselves and communicate and connect, what are those platforms and what does the censorship regime look like on those platforms and how has that evolved over time?
Yeah, so China's really interesting because it's both obviously a very different system, but also weirdly something of a mirror. So that just as we're kind of seeing some fracturing and competition within the Western social media landscape in the last few years, we've seen the same in China. So if we'd been having this conversation like 5 years ago, we'd mainly have talked about Weibo and WeChat, which are the kind of two big social media apps. Weibo we can kind of compare to Twitter. WeChat is more of a messaging app, but kind of messaging plus social media. We don't really have an equivalent in the West. But now people
kind of like Telegram then, I guess, right? That's like a Russian app, basically. Yeah, we don't really have an equivalent to like a WeChat or a Telegram or stuff like that, right? Yeah, it'd be WhatsApp. Yeah, that's true, Boy Meets Mini. Wait, but can you make like social media posts also or something? Yeah, WhatsApp is a little weird. It's mostly just like peer-to-peer messaging. It's a little social media. Yeah, WhatsApp is a little weird to me. Well, it's just a little weird.
People also use, as well as Weibo, still a big platform. People are using Xiaohongshu, which I think a lot of people came across in the West after the TikTok ban looked like it might happen. That's called the Little Red Book. People joined that platform, Red Note. So you have Xiaohongshu, and you also have Douyin, which is the domestic version of TikTok. And so people are using a lot of different platforms now, but what's consistent is that those platforms quite heavily censor. And the reason they do this is kind of one stroke of genius that the Chinese government had quite early on was rather than try and censor everything themselves, which they used to do, it used to be kind of state security, internet censor brigade, as it were, they put the responsibility onto these platforms to avoid having illegal content or risk being banned. So there was a very early Twitter.
And now China is also going to start using AI through DeepSeek. So again, like, it's all the exact same shit the West is doing right now. AI, security, state apparatus bullshit, being able to use better facial recognition software to be able to better track people, blah, 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 blah. It's complete fucking nonsense. Yeah, Alex, they're still, like, trying to, like, finalize the deal with, like, TikTok or something. Like, ByteDance still owns TikTok. Like, they're still trying to transfer it over to Larry Ellison or something. Whatever. It's a complete fucking shit show, obviously.
Clone about a decade and a half ago that was quite lax with its censorship, attracted a lot of users, but then got hit with massive fines and eventually went out of business. And so because there's this heavy responsibility on these platforms to censor content and be overly cautious essentially rather than risk being fined, they all employ a lot of censors, they employ AI tools. So within these platforms you have a lot of human censors and AI programs that are monitoring what people are saying, blocking keywords, blocking certain types of speech, and that is happening across the board, and there is a massive financial and business incentive for these companies to do that.
It's kind of crazy. Some of the stuff you're saying, and we're going to get into this later, is already sounding very dystopian and also extremely similar to what we're starting to see now in the the West. But let's talk about the stuff that is censored. I think there's a lot of maybe misrepresentations of what censorship looks like in China. I see this all the time of people saying, oh, you can't even post a picture of Winnie the Pooh, you'll get arrested, or some other things. What does it really look like there? Like, what kind of content?
Yeah, it's like, okay, some of it is obviously like a little overblown, right? But that doesn't really change the fact that, yeah, like, you might potentially have like a dude ask you some questions if you fucking post a goddamn image of Winnie the Pooh, which is kind of silly. Very, very fucking silly, but hey. I guess, like, you know, security, state apparatus bullshit, all being concentrated under one individual is still, you know, as petty as it always has been.
Content is actually restricted, and what kind of content do you think that Westerners imagine is restricted that is actually allowed?
Yeah, it's quite interesting because, yeah, like you said, people often have a skewed view in two different directions as well. So it's a skewed view of kind of, oh, it's way more censored than it really is. So yeah, things like pictures of Winnie the Pooh, you know, some things like that, some of that stuff's going to get through. Talking about top leaders is very sensitive. You generally can't post about Xi Jinping. You can't use his name in posts because it's so sensitive. And so there is a lot of overreach in that extent. But then there's also quite a lot of content that I think people would find surprising online, quite critical content, quite, you know, sometimes, you know, compositive content online. But what the real target of the censors is, the most censored topic or type of conversation that happens within the Chinese internet is not actual specific discussions or incidents or people. It's when people try and organize around that issue. So if there's any hint of...
So it's exactly like when China has been consistently cracking down on Marxist trade unions, because it's a thing that consistently happens within China, right? Oh, you can't organize anything outside of the state. Everything has to be perfectly provided by the state. You must always listen to the state, guys. Oh, always gotta listen. Like, unironic fucking 1984 stuff. Because, again... Yeah, very socialist, by the way. Very, very cool. Yeah, people not being able to have the, you know, express ability to be able to organize with their fellow fucking man, either, like, with a union... or with, say, I don't know, some other form of, like, volunteer organization, mutual aid, blah, blah, blah. No, this always has to always be done by the purview of the state. Oh, the state has to make sure that this is all following the correct and proper fucking regulations. It's like, that's not how that works, man. That's fucking stupid and ridiculous. Because, again, I've said this consistently, but Marx... believed in, when Marx talked about this in Critique of the Gotha program, he always said one thing only about what the state is simply there for. It is simply just there as a third wheel. You don't need the state in order to be able to do a lot of these sort of actions that can be done amongst the sort of proletariat. It's just there as a sort of control mechanism to be used by the bourgeois in the case that the proletariat decide to get a little too fucking uppity, a little too uppity for us, for the us common proles, these the plebeians who might be asking for a little bit too much food. Well, the bourgeois simply defer to the state in order to be able to use state violence in order to be able to enforce their power. Again, maintenance of hierarchy and control. That is the entirety point of all these security state, these state apparatuses and whatnot. Even like the police, right? Ever since the advent of police and of the nation state, the bourgeois are always going to, and also those are who are ruling the nation state, who typically tend to be bourgeois themselves, use these vestiges, these structures, these institutions in order to make sure that it is more difficult for the proletariat to be able to actualize their sort of struggle into being able to basically overthrow the yoke of bourgeois control within the workplace in order to transition into a more egalitarian sort of system, because the current system is great for the very small few at the top. Great, it's fantastic. Why should we help benefit any of the many on the bottom? Fuck that. There's a ton of money to be made, and we're currently on top of the hierarchy. We don't want to lose the hierarchy, because if we lose the hierarchy, that's how chaos takes over. Yeah.
of mass organization around a specific issue, that's when the censorship kicks in. So to give an example, there's been a long historical problem with pollution in China and with environmental regulations and things like this. And you can pretty freely talk about, oh God, it's horribly smoggy outside today, or this local power plant, doesn't seem to be complying with regulations and they're polluting the groundwater. And that won't get censored, and that, might get quite popular, might get widely shared. But if you then follow that up with, let's go down to the local government office and have a word about this, or, let's take to the streets, that immediately gets censored. And so what it's really...
Yeah, you can do that in America, right? First Amendment rights, right? China does not have a First Amendment. Wonder why they don't have a First Amendment. Maintains hierarchy control. I feel like I'm going to be saying this consistently over and over and over again, but yeah, that's why it's really good to be in America, tankies, you fucking dumbasses. Unfortunately, these people are not really interested in, I don't know, doing anything else besides participating in their, dumbass fucking, LARP reading groups. So, I mean, doing, actual fucking political work in organizations, that's cringe and fucking liberal. Ew, crazy. There's a reason why liberals meet F to F. True.
Really effective at doing is stopping organizing and stopping protests, and that's kind of the key priority, from the government all the way down, because that's the thing that threatens their power much more than someone sharing some dumb meme about Xi Jinping.
I feel like a lot of what you're describing, actually, this the government not wanting people to organize. I mean, a lot of that is so reminiscent to me of what led to the original TikTok ban of Trump. Seeing people organize on TikTok, wanting to ban the app because of that. You saw Congress increasingly want to ban the app because of its capacity for mass organization, and you saw sort of criticisms of Twitter the same before Elon Musk took over, and then they just sort of stopped caring about Twitter. I guess how bad is it?
That's such a good point there by Taylor. Again, it's a way for the proletariat to be able to organize, and a way for them to be able to, bring more awareness to certain political issues, to try to do something about them. It threatens people's power, and that makes those people on the top very scared
that they're doing this stuff, because I feel like, there's this trend, especially lately, of influencers going to China, saying how amazing it is. I've never been to China. It does seem pretty cool in a lot of ways. But you see people say, well, on China's internet, they only give, young people educational content, and they don't have our brain rot version of TikTok. They have educational TikTok that turns off at 8 p.m. And actually China's internet is something we should aspire to. It's actually really great. And I think China does a ton of stuff really well. They provide a lot of social services to their people. There are good things about China. There's a lot of really bad propaganda, especially in America, about China. So I don't want to write that off. But I guess what is your take on their internet? Have they built a healthier internet? Is this sort of censorship machine and surveillance machine that they've created, does that lead to a healthier online environment?
There is so much slop and brain rot on the Chinese internet. This idea that it is a paradise, you have the censorship and you get the bad content.
Dude, there's fucking Asmongold fans in fucking China, right? It's really funny how a lot of China fucking simps, especially in the West, when they do go to China, have a lot of their eyes open, saying it turns out that a lot of the exact same cultural osmosis that America has also fucking affects China as well. It's just that they have a state that is looking to try to do something a bit more about something, but there's only so much you can do in order to stop all that. You can't stop all of it, obviously, and it is significantly better in comparison to the just sort of laissez-faire, no regulated, wild area, Wild West sort of zone that the United States implements in particular. So there is that. But you people, okay, for people who only like China for the fact that they have a bunch of fucking high-speed rail, get the LARP dick out of your mouth for literally 5 fucking goddamn seconds and just think for 5, just think. They are still a capitalist bourgeois fucking country, and they want to maintain control of a lot of these fucking systems of power in the exact same ways as all these other fucking capitalist nations always do. So it's one of those things where it's just can we just think and just not be stupid for 5 minutes? Is this possible? I don't think it's possible for a lot of these people.
Keep the good content. It's just not true. There's so much AI crap. There's so much just general kind of discord, people fighting on Weibo about stuff. There's a lot of very hyper-nationalist content, kind of racist content. China is not a perfect internet in any way. And
I've talked about this before. That's also stuff that's been heavily encouraged by the state, by the way. Han ethno-nationalism, right? The project of wanting to create a more Han sort of supremacist state within fucking China. That is a thing that has been cultivated by the state itself.
There is a little bit more maybe kind of heavy-handed when it comes to content that's not political, that maybe gets rid of some of the worst stuff that we see on the Western internet. But at the same time, that is the same system which is getting rid of a lot.
Also, I like that. I like the high-speed rail in China, but they are also massively car-dependent. Yes, that's true there, Alex. I believe that Mao himself also built a ton of fucking car infrastructure. And one of the things that he did for some fucking reason was basically like switch up the fucking traffic lights because he wanted red to be the sort of like universal sort of tell for people to be able to go instead of green for whatever reason, but he didn't really educate people on any of that. But everyone still understood the sort of like universals, like, oh, green means go, red means stop. And it caused like a complete fucking shit show in terms of like traffic lights. And there's been not traffic lights, but in terms of like traffic incidents, a lot of accidents were caused because of like confusions with like traffic lights. Very, very, very fucking goofy. And yeah, they aren't pro public transport, they are pro car brain rot. I mean, yeah, the current sort of electric car industry, that's like the main sort of industry, maybe not main industry, but like the sort of like main sort of thing that the Westerners are talking about significantly. As a lot of Chinese EVs being way better in comparison to a lot of Western EVs, mostly because of Elon Musk causing complete, basically just like just kind of like just throwing a bunch of wrenches in the emergence of that market, because he just wanted it to basically be again a market sort of monopolized under himself. But Elon is a ketamine-addled freak who is incapable of, I don't know, engineering his way out of a paper bag. So it makes perfect sense why he ended up in reality stunting a lot of Western sort of electronic vehicle production.
A lot of the good stuff which we see on the Western internet of people, being able to organize and express themselves. China is very conservative from a state level when it comes to LGBT issues and, censors kind of LGBT content. There's been a recent crackdown.
Oh yeah, if you're like a femboy or whatever on China, yeah, in like Chinese internet, yeah, you get fucking censored. Like, unironically, I think there's like some famous Chinese people that also got like basically owned. Yeah, like again, Mao, primarily speaking, was patriarchal. Maoism is very, very fucking patriarchal. And a lot of, like, Western MLs sort of just, like, forget about this. Like, they just, like, conk their head and just, like, all of a sudden just develop amnesia and develop amnesia in terms of that particular topic. It's like, dog, that's a really bad thing, bro. And they'll, like, come up with, like, excuses saying, like, oh, well, this source is saying this, so clearly they have to be fucking lying. Yeah. It's just like, nah, dog. Like, you need to prove, like, the burden of proof is going to be on you to prove as to why this is, like, sort of lying here. And they typically come up with, like, some schizophrenic, like, conspiracy theory to justify their positions. It's just like, how am I supposed to believe that you people are any different than fucking conservatives? Like, Jesus Christ, you people are fucking wild. Just the fucking, like, submission to a state and to a leader, it's just fucking pathetic. Like, these people pretend to be fucking leftists.
On a lot of women who write fan fiction, and particularly kind of gay themed fan fiction recently, and that's that's not a political thing at all, right? No one was organizing around like yaoi online. They just want to be able to kind of share stuff and be quirky and express their sexuality or express their interests, but that was decided that it was somehow not what we want to see in the modern Chinese states, and it's been quite heavily censored recently. I would not hold up China's internet as a positive vision of what we want our own online environments to be.
Yeah, it's this weird like Orientalism I feel like that we see from so many pundits in America, where they're like, yeah, they just act like it's all educational content and this just amazing internet that they've.
This is pretty much fucking perfect. I think we could just call it this. It's like neo-Orientalism, right? Like, it's like a sort of fantasization by a lot of these people because of the deteriorating material conditions that we find ourselves under. A lot of these people start to fantasize about, oh, well, look at China, how they have all these things, while meanwhile, most of the stuff that they've engaged with in terms of China are like propaganda fucking videos they find online from known Chinese fucking propagandists who are paid and given the sort of orders by the state itself to present China in as good of a light as possible to Westerners, to sow dissent amongst Western populations. But whatever, I digress. And a lot of these people never take a look into a lot of this stuff. Because a lot of Western outlets are not lying when it comes to a bunch of these differing sort of things when they talk about, you know, the Uyghur concentration camps, the sort of internet censorship stuff, the Han ethno-nationalism that heavily exists, the cracking down on fucking trade unions that China has done as well. There is, again, like any other nation state, plenty of stuff that you have to fucking goddamn criticize. Plenty of stuff that you have to look at and be like, no, this is not good. You shouldn't just take it all blanket at fucking face value and just be like, oh yeah, no, China is just good because it's like, it's totally hecking socialist, guys. Like, look at my hecking cool actually existing socialist states. Like, bro, nah. So fucking goddamn stupid. Oh yeah, I mean, it depends on the fucking cases with like a lot of censorship. Like, for example, Boy Meets Mini, like all the far right fucking weirdos getting banned off of all the differing private platforms is a good thing. It's just that now Donald Trump is in power, so they're starting to come back because of the sort of cultural moment that we find ourselves under. But you know, once a Democrat's put back into office, a lot of those people are probably going to get fucking banned initially. I mean, the biggest problem is that in terms of adherence to capital, the corporations within the West are way more adherent to it and will just do anything in order to make a fucking buck. Whereas with China, obviously a lot of their corporations, a lot of their social media websites obviously want to make a bunch of money, but they know that the state is always going to be right there looming over their sort of shoulders being like, oh hey, you're making sure that you're following our rules. Like, I mean, you're making money and that's fine and all that, but we're making sure that you're following our rules, right? You better be making sure that you're following our rules. Otherwise, we might have some fucking problems here, right? It's, you know, where exactly are these sort of like companies basically cucked to, right? And one being cucked to the fucking dollar signs, one being, still cucked to the fucking dollar signs, but the state is more so willing to step in and sort of fuck with that relationship more and more.
They've created, and it's been a recent phenomenon because, as you mentioned, you know, they've had the censorship regime for decades, and for decades throughout my childhood, and even when I first started out as a tech reporter, it was always like China internet bad, the Great Firewall is bad, and we are bringing free and open communication to the world, and like we have this vision of freedom, and this could never happen in China because of the censorship machine. And then I guess citizens in the West started criticizing the government, and now they're like, actually, there's no brain rot content over there. It's just kids getting educational stuff. And yeah, I've heard from many people that is absolutely not true.
Well, and there's always been this kind of...
Like I said before, Marxist-Leninists also suffer from death of subjectivity. They are wholeheartedly incapable of fitting into another person's shoes, and so are willing to take a lot of things, like conservatives, directly at face value. And because they are wholeheartedly incapable of fitting in another person's shoes, you know, pure death fuck subjectivity, it makes it such that their critical thinking abilities are significantly hampered as a result.
Kind of weird simultaneous criticism, but also a certain level of jealousy in the West from officials about Chinese internet. You know, in the 2000s, around the war on terror era, when there was obviously a lot of organizing and protests and criticism of the government in the US, you had people like Lindsey Graham talking about how we should have an internet off switch, essentially, and pointing to China as, oh, look, this is a model for us. They can do it. We should be able to do it as well. You often had what they would call, you know, children's protection campaigners, you know, anti-campaigners point at China as, oh, they do this, why can't we do this? So it's always been that simultaneous, oh, this is terrible, and they don't give their people freedom, but...
Again, basis is all from fucking Maoism. Very, very fucking patriarchal.
Also, maybe we have slightly too much freedom and that we could learn from them.
Yes, of course. I know the government always thinks we have a little too much freedom. But it seems like things have really escalated in the past couple years. I mean, I covered FOSTA-SESTA here in the US, which I think was sort of the beginning of this backlash to an open internet that was targeted against websites like Backpage.com that allowed for sex work to happen online safely and in an accessible way. But, you know, I feel like especially since the beginning of the pandemic...
FOSTA-SESTA was like a complete fucking just complete shit show. Because, like, the argument is that, like, a bunch of kids are gonna find fucking back pages. It's like, okay, bro. Yeah, totally. Fucking kids are gonna find back pages and start ordering hookers online there. It's so fucking stupid, dude.
2020, when the whole public was sort of forced war online and the internet became a more powerful organizing tool, you really started to see the backlash from these governments. And then, of course, it's really escalated, I would say, in the past couple of years with a lot of Westerners learning about things like the genocide in Gaza. When did you start to notice 100%. Things starting to change in the West in terms of how political leaders and even just the public viewed the internet?
So I think you really start to see a shift around controversies like Cambridge Analytica with Facebook, you know, that kind of, as you shift from people having quite a positive view of big tech, of Silicon Valley, towards having a much more negative view, you know, that awareness that people have that, you know, if you're not the customer, you're the product. And, you know, the Edward Snowden leaks, you know, just general kind of growing growing suspicion, quite accurate, well-founded suspicion of big tech, and that maybe gives an opening to officials to also be more skeptical. And I think they are responding to some, desire from the public for more regulation of the internet. But the problem is that often what starts at a grassroots level as a, desire for regulation and more moderation becomes at a top-down level much more akin to censorship, and it gets transmogrified. Like concerns around TikTok were originally around, I don't want my kids swiping.
I don't disagree with this. I totally agree with the sort of line that we're going here. Again, one should never trust any sort of reasoning for increased security being done by the nation state. Obviously, the nation state exists for one purpose only, and that is for maintenance of its own power. That is it. Marx stipulates this within Critique the Gotha program. It is just nothing more than a third wheel. It just exists for the sake of existence. I do think a lot of it also needs to be thought of the Patriot Act and a lot of the sort of, I guess, consequences of the Iraq War. Imperialism turning in on itself. All of these sort of security sort of measures that were learned during the occupations of those countries being used in order to have a inward sort of crackdown on dissent against the inevitable backlash that the people would have against those disastrous fucking wars and occupations of both Afghanistan and Iraq.
Brain rot for 6 hours on end, but then became, actually, I don't want people organising on this app and they're seeing too many videos from Gaza. So it gets hijacked very easily.
Yeah, the whole techlash, I would argue it really started with Donald Trump's election, where suddenly...
That was the whole era when Israel's IT industry blossomed. It doesn't surprise me whatsoever, right? They are obviously heavily invested in fucking security stuff because of their military-industrial complex ties, and obviously to that of the United States of America, right? The testing ground is basically right there, and they have a willing, quote-unquote, populace they can test all of these measures on.
People, and Facebook was really blamed for that election here in the US press, and I think people started to be like, wait a minute, maybe social media is not all sunshine and rainbows. The Obama administration was so sort of techno-optimist and was Uber is going to deliver amazing jobs to Americans, and then I think you saw simultaneously with people realizing these social platforms were not 100% good. The sort of VC-backed startup economy, tech economy, all in terms of the delivery apps or the B2C world also sort of fell out. You started to see depression of wages. So I feel what you said is so correct, that was leveraged very effectively. I was infuriated.
Also, it's sort of the byproduct of Americans being very easily fallible to propaganda. They are very much immune to propaganda, right? Very, very much so. It can easily fall for that shit without really much of a problem whatsoever. And pretty much it's one of those situations where Americans only really start to feel stuff like that once it starts to hit their own fucking pocketbooks.
To someone that reported on all of that the lesson wasn't data privacy. The takeaway from all of that wasn't wow, Cambridge Analytica, Facebook's harvesting all our data, let's crack down on Facebook's ability to harvest data. Instead, it's become, let's mandate that Facebook can collect even more data, even on children, to make sure that, children actually can't organize a climate protest on there or something. It was just so effectively leveraged. I read this horrible piece by Ezra Klein today, just sort of pushing a lot of these same talking points, saying that these big tech platforms are causing harm, and that's why we need online censorship. And
of course this is some fucking shit that Ezra Klein fucking wrote. Pay attention to how you pay attention. The snooty fucking pretentiousness of fucking Ezra Klein. It's what does this even mean, bro? Yeah, man, totally. Just I don't know, just don't be fucking stupid. Unfortunately, we are all stupid because fucking education has been actively defunded.
reality is that online censorship doesn't actually hurt these platforms, right? You can have mass online censorship, case in point China, and still have very successful tech platforms.
Yeah, and it is very similar to the Chinese model where you are kind of privatizing and outsourcing your government level censorship to these massive companies. In China we see, so Tencent, which owns WeChat and owns a number of other key internet services in China, it's to the Chinese government's benefit that Tencent grows and controls more companies because they are a trustworthy company. They've had a long legacy of doing what the government wants. And you see a similar thing, we saw this with the TikTok ban and the TikTok kind of sale. The US government eventually kind of settled down this idea where they're like, well, no, it's fine if TikTok exists, but we want it to be owned by our friends and we want it to be owned by a company that we can trust and we can wield influence over.
Oh, by the way, this is the exact same thing that's happening with all the media conglomeration that's happening within the United States of America, right? Trump being the main guy, accepting, well, he's obviously more brazen and corrupt about this in comparison to not the United States, but in comparison to the Chinese, right? where if the companies just give him a bunch of money to like shut the fuck up and just let the merger through, he's more than likely just gonna let the merger through. And if they just slightly change their fucking policies, even though like their outlets are going to suffer as a result. I mean, look at like literally what's going on with fucking CBS. CBS, owned by Barry Weiss, did that stupid fucking Erica Kirk, I think, town hall, and now they're going to do like a debate on feminism or some shit, like an open panel discussion thing or something. It's gonna be so fucking terrible. All the like slop, unironically, that is gonna come out of fucking CBS, like mainstream Jubilee. But the same thing also on CNN, right? CNN is owned by a conservative fucking dipshit, Trump little toady as well. And the coverage on a lot of issues on that outlet was already pretty bad to begin with, but has only fucking deteriorated and gotten worse. Or the only like sort of, I guess, I wanted to say like good content, but good, yeah, not really. That the only content that really exists now are those like stupid fucking panel shows that are hosted by, what is it? It's Abby Phillips, I think her name is. Not that I think Abby Phillips is bad. I think Abby Phillips, she's fine. She's like, whatever. But it's just the fucking construction of the panel show with like always the same fucking Trump dipshit always being there, just being a complete dipshit. It's like, why are we bothering to debate with this guy? There's no point in having a discussion with him because he's just going to be like a fucking hooligan, just like flinging a bunch of shit, just being stupid and annoying when you should just not listen to anything that he has to say. It's like, it's very, very stupid. It's all about, again, like the consequences of like consolidation and the commodification of media that's been, broadly speaking, happening throughout the entirety of the world for about the past, I'd say, 20 years at this point.
Over, rather than saying, here are the problems, legitimate problems with TikTok around privacy, around, you know, potential government influence on it, and we should act to make sure that you don't have that on any platform, because like you said, all of the problems on TikTok existed on every other social media platform. And instead they just said, oh no, let's just let, you know, Larry Ellison run it, and then we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of this censorship and these efforts to replicate China level control of the internet are also pushed in the name of children's mental health, or think of the children. Obviously a lot of like anti-LGBT, anti-adult content falls under this, but also this idea that like, yeah, social media is sort of uniquely harmful to children. There was that show Adolescence in the UK that honestly people were treating as a documentary. It was a scripted show about like, you know, this teen and there's online radicalization.
No, it was fucking scripted. Of course it was fucking scripted. Dog, okay, here's the fucking thing with like kids and engaging in social media. It's fine for them to engage in social media. You just have to be wary of the stuff that they're looking at. Just be wary. Talk with your fucking kid about the stuff that they look and they talk about. Because this is the biggest fucking problem here. Because of the commodified world that we find ourselves under, parents are not able to spend as much time with their kids and are not able to build social relationships as much with their kids because they're more busy having to consistently work in order to be able to survive, to provide for the fucking family. And so they just use a lot of devices like social media, YouTube, all these different electronic devices to be the main distractions for their kids, either that or school, of course, in order to just be, you know, the main sort of like babysitters to just like keep them entertained and busy with something else while you have to go out and work in order to be able to survive. A lot of this is an economic issue, and this is a broader problem across the fucking world. If you're like, I don't know, a parent, you maintain good relationships with your kid and you talk with them about stuff. I don't know, like, it doesn't have to be like a crazy amount every single day. Just talk with them about stuff. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, things that they've looked at, learned about, blah, 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 blah. Who cares, right? Like, it could be even anything that they want to talk about. It doesn't fucking matter, right? Just talk with them. Speak with them. That's really about it, right? That's the easiest way to try to like remedy a lot of these sort of problems here. But again, with like the sort of like death of subjectivity that we find ourselves under, it makes it such that these sort of abilities for people to be able to socialize more and more are becoming more and more difficult than ever, especially with like AI companions and all this stuff. Oh man, Mark Fisher, Capitalist fucking Realism. Every aspect of human existence will be monetized by the capitalists if they can monetize it. And what's the next thing that these motherfuckers are going after? The ability for people to be able to socialize with one another. Again, AI companions and shit like this. The situation, if not regulated or dealt with, is only going to get worse.
is a part of it. And obviously those things are problems, but how do you sort of view the response to them? Because especially in the UK, it seems like the UK is a little bit ahead of us and Australia is a little bit ahead of us in terms of like cracking down on speech. It seems like it's gone like, I don't know, we've lost a lot of speech rights really quickly.
Yeah, and it's kind of typical lazy legislating, I would say, that there is a legitimate problem, there are legitimate concerns, but to address them in a way that balances the concerns and the problems with free speech protections, with, you know, human rights protections, is very difficult. It's much easier to just say, no, we're going to ban all children from social media, we're going to ban porn sites, we're going to introduce age verification checks, which, you know, they've had in the UK and made using the general...
Yeah, very, very stupid, by the way. I mean, we talked about why this is just not effective, it's not going to fucking work, and why it is stupid. It's all just, like, again, security state apparatus fucking bullshit.
In the UK, a nightmare. And, you know, and often we see this in the US as well. You have legislators who don't really understand this technology. You know, I think everyone's seen clips of congresspeople and senators interviewing Mark Zuckerberg and other tech officials and just kind of, you know, it's essentially, how do I rotate PDF? Like, it's, you know, they just don't understand what they're trying to legislate. And you see the same in the UK. I'm originally from the UK, and there was the introduction of age verification checks for adult sites, and because that's been...
Well, I mean, that's sort of like, by the way, a byproduct of the gerontocracy that exists within Congress in general, right? A lot of young people are not generally allowed to be let in because they are seen as, like, not sophisticated, not a part of aristocracy, because when the founding fathers created the United States of America, the only people who were meant to vote were people like them, the aristocrats. That's it. Not the fucking proletariat, the masses. No, they were never meant to participate with any of this stuff. They were just meant to just, like, exist and work the fields or hunt and help the economy grow. That's about it. But the auteur sort of aristocrats are the ones who are supposed to help make sure that everything is running sort of like normally, but obviously it didn't end up working like that. But that attitude still prevails, especially in Congress.
Such a disaster and made things so complicated to use the internet. Lots of people are then using VPNs to get around it, and then, you know, inevitably then you get legislators say, oh, well, we need to ban VPNs. And banning VPNs is something that China has even struggled with. It is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, good luck with that. Like, good luck with that.
The idea that the UK could do it in a way that remotely protects free speech and privacy is laughable, but probably just couldn't even do it. They'll probably just spend a lot of money, create a system that has tons of loopholes, drives people towards dodgy VPNs and things like that. And so I think that's a big part of the problem, is they're looking for easy fix or even technological fixes for something that's much more of a...
And again, like, people have just, like, seemingly not learned at all from the history of the fucking 1920s. Prohibition, man. Just blanket bans don't work. Period. End of story. If you just do a blanket ban on something, people are just going to find a workaround and just use a sort of like black market for that particular product instead. So, like, just doing blanket, just forehead bans, it's never been effective, historically speaking, of course.
Societal, community-based system problem, and so rather than engaging with people that know how to do this, even the companies themselves, let alone pro-free speech groups like the EFF, they are just slapping some legislation, let's just try and ban it and not think about it anymore.
I feel like we're seeing this just increasingly fractured internet too, where each country has its own restrictions and regulations, and you can't access certain services. I experienced this, I guess, initially when the TikTok ban existed for a very short time. It went into effect, right? I think it was the night before, or no, on the day that Trump took office, right? The inauguration day. And people in Canada had TikTok, so people were like trying to VPN from Canada, and it just caused all this chaos. But I was trying to do something with a friend of mine in Australia.
I mean, I was in Canada. I didn't have to deal with any of this issues. TikTok's not banned here, so not yet. Although honestly, we're not really having censorship talks here in Canada because we don't really give much of a fuck about any of that stuff, to be honest. For us, it's mostly just like the housing crisis and the economic problems that we're like focusing, I guess, on like actual fucking issues, I guess, for now in Canada.
Australia to create content recently, and she couldn't access a bunch of these links that I was sharing because she hadn't validated her identity, which I try to stress to people. It's not just age verification, it's a lot of time identity verification, where you have to prove that you're an adult through verifying your identity. And it seems like just we're constructing a lot of firewalls increasingly around each Western country. What other parallels do you see when you look at the developments lately in the Western internet versus China?
Yeah, so these age verification checks and, like you say, ID checks, they're very similar to China. China's have for a long time had a real name policy for a lot of its social media platforms, so that you might have an alias that you're posting under, but the platform knows your identity and that's linked to your national ID card and things like that, so that if you are stepping out of line, it's not just your account gets banned, you potentially get a knock on the door from the police. And so we're seeing these systems rolled out all over the place. China too justifies a lot of its censorship and surveillance by on the grounds of protecting children and protecting, getting rid of adult content. And one of the things that China's had a major effect on...
I know that a lot of people can say that might be a good thing to stop like more far-right activity. But again, like, hypothetical scenario here. You're, say, like, I don't know, you're being radical about, say... Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, there's definitely conservatives who would want this exactly, but then like all the lolly cunny Hitler 1488 fucking posters will all of a sudden get like FBI fucking knocks on their door all across the United States of America saying like, So, man, all this constant talk about plap, 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 get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant. Oh, what's up with that? And you seem to have, like, this particularly interesting fixation on 14-year-old girls. What's up with that as well? Like, you don't seem like you're a teenager yourself. You seem to be, like, a grown adult man. What's happening here? You may have to come with us, because I think there might be some issues here. You might have some interesting proclivities that we'd like to learn more about, right? So, like, it would completely fucking backfire on fucking conservatives, but I digress. Like, a lot of, like, more, say, radical organizers, right, who organize fucking protests and stuff like that, will have a lot of problems to be able to organize in, like, local communities, especially on, say, like, local subreddits, for example, like your r/, I don't know, like, insert US city here, organizing potential stuff through there. Because I know that's how a lot of stuff gets, like, organized in terms of, like, protests. That's, like, a way. I shouldn't use Twitter for any of this, obviously. Twitter's, like, the worst for this. But that's, like, an example for as to how, like, some people organize a bunch of differing protests. They use, like, social media, or they use their, like, local Facebook groups. Yeah, you know, there's a ton of different fucking shit out there. And having some, like, fuck ass being able to just, like, oh, well, we all have your alias online, so obviously if I just report you, and this is going to send, like, a notification to the government saying, like, oh, this person's kind of, like, sussy and kind of weird, you may have to, like, fucking talk with them or some shit. And instead of just, I don't know, you getting, like, a slap on the wrist or a ban off the platform, you may have police starting to show up at your doors, which is not good.
Not so much any particular policies, but it's kind of the existence of the firewall acts as almost like a lodestar for potential censors around the world, because they can point to this very successful system of censorship that's been in place for decades now. And not only is it effective from a political control level, but it's also effective from an economic level. You know, China has a booming domestic internet market, technology market. Some of these Chinese tech firms are so successful that they're now breaking into Western markets. So it's, you know, in the old days it was always said that, oh no, there'll always be kind of a cheap carbon copy of the West, and, you know, people won't want to use these services. And, you know, and it used to be true. Like, when Google left China, it was a major blow because Baidu, which is the major Chinese search engine, genuinely was a very, very poor imitation of Google. Like, you were using an inferior service. But that's just not true. Nowadays, you're often using equivalent or, you know, superior services, or services like Douyin and TikTok, which are influencing how Western social media develops. To have that really successful, walled-off, separate internet shows legislators, lawmakers around the world, well, maybe we could do something similar. If we're a nice big market, you know, if you're the US, if you're the European Union, you can kind of say, well, we could probably cultivate some domestic competitors to these services. We could put up walls around.
Yeah, also, like, again, monetization, right? You know, incentivize, like, creation of, like, tech companies and all these differing, like, tech oligarchs, and creating all these, like, different security state apparatuses. So then, and honestly, like, this is a really big problem for, like, the general international proletariat as well, right? Because, again, for successful if you want a successful communist revolution to happen, this has to be an international sort of movement. This sort of, like, great firewall bullshit being, you know, constructed everywhere makes it harder for people to be able to connect with one another in general, which is not a good thing. That's a terrible thing, obviously. You know, organizational efforts only get harder and harder and harder as a result. And not to mention, like, all these, like, differing, like, ways for people to be able to connect with one another becomes more complicated, like, through the differing social media platforms, or, like, streaming services, or what have you. Because all these people are just like, you know, fuck cooperating with anyone. Let's just put the fucking walls up and just start to self-isolate. It's a very, very fascistic sort of time and idea that we're basically grappling here with. But, you know, that's the current political climate that we find ourselves under globally, at the very least.
National or international internet, and it won't necessarily have a massive negative impact. Some of that is, you know, maybe positive in terms of, you know, encouraging more competition. You know, it'd be great if there was European equivalents of a lot of these US services, particularly as the White House has sought to influence these services. But it becomes concerning, obviously, when you want a domestic competitor because you can influence them more easily than you can influence Google or Facebook or Microsoft. And that's where things are really dangerous. And it's also a departure from this kind of older, much more utopian vision of the internet as somewhere that was separate from traditional geographic borders and boundaries, that was a thing above kind of petty international politics. And we've really lost that, and it's just seen as the internet is an extension of whatever whatever country you live in.
Yeah, I mean, here in America, I think also what's so concerning is that, as I've written about for The Guardian and Zeteo, a lot of these laws that Congress is pursuing would actually entrench the power of big tech. It would make it harder for competitors to emerge and challenge Meta, Google, Twitter to a lesser extent, like these big sort of behemoths that have the sign off from the US government. Blue Sky, which is a competitive service to Twitter, talked about this, where they have funding. It was co-founded by Jack Dorsey. It's not like some random app, but they've really struggled to compete with X under Elon, in part because now they have all these burdensome identity verification rules in place for certain states like Mississippi, which they actually pulled out of for a short time because it was so expensive to operate there. And so it makes it harder for these upstarts to even challenge Meta and Google and stuff. And then you have the big tech companies that are just completely in the pocket of the government.
It's all about also, again, like monopolization, right? Like the current like tech companies, and this is also the byproduct of the sort of economic environment that we find ourselves under. It's all being pointed towards monopoly, and eventually, I don't know, the Voltron into the inevitable supercorp or some shit, where that eventually overtakes the government or becomes one with the government, and you have like the unironic like idiocracy, like George Orwell 1984 sort of like cyberpunk dystopia or whatever. Insert your sort of like dystopic novel or in universe here, right? Like, because that's the sort of that's basically the path that we're headed down towards, and nothing is being done about this because currently there's a lot of money that's on the table right now.
Government. And in that sense, it feels very like China-like in terms of just the way America is managing the internet and the way that our government sort of is able to directly influence these massively powerful platforms.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I always try to make a point of talking about censorship within China as happening mostly within these private companies, right? That your main censors in China are not so much the government, they are Tencent, they are ByteDance, who is doing the censorship on behalf of the government, because then that's much more likely what we'll see in Western countries. It's not going to be some government-level internet task force that is seeking out improper content and getting rid of it. It's going to be platforms like X, it's going to be Facebook that are adopting standards where they delete content. You know, I think maybe the one thing...
Again, do you really, for in your heart of hearts, for 1 second, want to trust motherfuckers like Zuckerberg, Bezos, and Elon Musk to be the main sort of like arbiters of fucking censorship? Peter Thiel, Curtis Yarvin, all these like fucking weird freaks? Fuck no, no one wants that. So why should it be stuff like the Chinese government? Why should it be the Russians? Why should it be all of these incredibly out of touch, sort of like free, like rich assholes with power? Like, it's complete fucking nonsense. Yeah, 1000% Boy Meets Smitty. Like, freedom under capitalism has always been a myth, especially because of how the current economic structure exists, right? How can you argue that a particular economic structure is freedom if you are still receiving orders and sort of rules and stipulations, and you are being essentially forced to have to do work, to have to do sort of tasks for someone that is above you? That's not freedom. That's still the exact, like, it would have been called slavery before because the relationship was significantly worse back then, and it was called monarchy because the relationship was improved from slavery but still bad. And now, obviously, we call it the sort of corporation, the corporatocracy, or whatever, where it's just a bunch of bosses who are on top who give you orders from on high in order to do sort of like particular fucking tasks. You don't have a say in any of these tasks that you can do, unless, of course, you're a part of a worker co-op or something, then that's a little different. But you don't have say in terms of like what you can do, or much flexibility in terms of how you can do it. You are given the task and you are expected to do it unless you get either reprimanded or, say, fired, for example. Again, the fundamental relationships that Marx described, there's a reason why he talked a lot about feudalism and fucking slavery all the time. It's because the same relationships in terms of the social dynamics are still there. They've just taken different forms.
Thing that will be the saving grace for users in the West is that so far Facebook particularly has shown itself absolutely unwilling to invest in moderation whatsoever, so that even if there are requirements, they'll underfund it so badly that it maybe won't be so effective, but it still could be.
And as somebody that has lost 3 Instagram accounts because of community guidelines violations, like, I think the fact that they underfund it makes it even harder because you can't appeal. And I, for instance, got a big strike recently, and at this point I'm a successful enough tech journalist, somewhat successful, at least Meta's still answering my emails for now, and their comms person will like fix it and fix the problem with my account. But I think like part of these companies operating in this for-profit business models, yeah, they don't want to. They'll censor anything that the government likes and kind of do that, but they're not going to build any sort of like thoughtful moderation system that really takes into account, what's being posted and what the
Yep, because that's expensive, and again, it's way more valuable, and you make a lot more money by having, I don't know, a bunch of shit flingers going on the platform and just randomly throwing shit all over the place in order to just cause a bunch of discourse and keep eyeballs on the fucking platform to look at the spectacle.
Text is.
No, and that was the biggest pity. That was kind of the biggest loss, I think, from the techlash, the post-Cambridge Analytica, post-Trump election scandals, was that you saw a lot of criticism and bashing of big tech in the media and in Congress and things like that, but we didn't really introduce any requirements on them to behave any better. There was, I think, an opportunity there that was lost to say, okay, here are some good, solid moderation systems that you should introduce, that they should be transparent, that they, should be...
The only way I think that, I mean, not that I disagree with what the Democrats are doing here, they were mostly going after their concentration of monopoly power, which I definitely agree with that. Going after, say, the fact that Facebook has control over WhatsApp and Instagram and also Snapchat, all under one fucking umbrella, that being Meta or whatever, or Facebook. Yeah, I think that's like a good approach in particular there, but you need to do a lot more than that to sort of like curtail a lot of these fucking problems.
Be funded to a certain level, and you need to basically have some kind of transparency, publication, and say this is what we censor, this is what we don't, this is a clear appeals process. And we didn't. We got the Facebook Oversight Board, which takes like 7 years to issue a useless press release on something, and we got nothing else. And ironically, this is also a problem in China. I've actually had a friend go through this where he lost a WeChat account, which can be devastating in China. It's like losing your Facebook, Uber, X, and Instagram all at once, say, and just cuts you off from so many services. Because people even use WeChat to like log in to like scan restaurant menus or book cars or book massage, things like that. It can be really devastating. And like every other tech company in the world, getting through to WeChat customer service is a nightmare. It is ineffective. But there is a office in Shenzhen that you can go to where you go to in person and try and appeal these things, bring in your IDs. So basically, he got locked out because he lost his phone number, and things like that. And he was able to go stand in a queue for several hours, show his ID to a physical person, and get access to his accounts again. But that's not an effective system. That is a nightmare.
That's Jesus Christ, bro. Because you wouldn't even be able to do that in America, right? I don't know. You show up to like Twitter head office or in like San Francisco or something. I think that's where it is. You show up to Twitter head office. You say like, "Hey, I kind of need Twitter to do my life and stuff. Let's just go with it here, whatever." And basically, to exist in order to be able to survive on the planet, can I get my fucking account back or something? They would just like laugh you out of the room. Like you just get laughed at.
China's a big country. You don't want to fly all the way to Shenzhen to try and get one of your accounts back.
Yeah, sure. It reminds me of these activists that have, Laura Loomer famously chained herself to the front of Twitter's headquarters at one point when she was banned. I think she was banned for good reason. That wasn't a locked out of an account type thing. But you increasingly hear of these people trying to go show up at tech companies' headquarters. And
that's pretty much what Elon wants to do with Twitter. X was PayPal's original name. We know that Elon wanted to start to transition Twitter into becoming a payment service application, right? And he's been thinking about doing that. I'm not very sure what the progress is on that. Maybe he just forgot about it, or it's not very successful because everyone just hates Twitter as a fucking platform because it is just a repugnant fucking shithole. But I digress. And it's not really, I guess, panning out there exactly for Elon because he's just such a buffoon and constantly shoves his own foot in his mouth all the time with the shit that he always says.
Fix things, and that's hilarious that they've created their own little DMV system.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think just the points that you're making about the censorship coming from corporations is so important too for people to understand when we look at the way censorship is going in America online, because I think when especially tech reporters or people that care about free speech, activists start to call attention to these censorship issues, you'll often hear, well, it's not the government. There are concerns of job owning and the government, unduly influencing these platforms, but a lot of times the government doesn't overtly tell the platforms what to do or what not to do. We saw this even just with the tech CEOs all lining up behind Trump and Mark Zuckerberg the minute that Trump is elected, going on being oh, we're for free speech, you can say racial slurs again now. It's not like Trump told them to say that. It's just that they are sort of tacitly pressured, I guess, to do that. Or you have someone like Elon Musk who's a true...
Right, and they want to capitulate to the administration to make sure, because, for example, with Mark Zuckerberg, again, he had those antitrust lawsuits that were brought in by Lena Khan and the FTC, and he wanted the Trump administration to drop those. He had an incentive there.
True believer and wants to censor, any sort of dissent. How does that compare to China? Is there a more heavy-handed approach in China? And do you see a more heavy...
Not only that, but also Elon Musk has a bunch of other industries that he has his like grubby little fucking hands in, and any form of appeasing to the president to get deregulations on those industries for him to make more money is also good for Elon.
Approach coming to the States and the Western world, or do you think that it will sort of be through these like sort of soft pressure campaigns on these companies? Because I think the soft pressure campaigns are actually even harder because you can't like directly appeal, or like there's no like way to sue the government to make something stop happening. It's just sort of happening tacitly.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are definitely parallels. Obviously China is more heavy-handed in that the law is much stricter, but the law is still quite vague. The law talks about extremist content or anti-government content stuff. It doesn't obviously list out specific things you can't say online. There is kind of a tacit understanding of certain things you can't say online that are banned everywhere. But then also to a certain extent you have companies that are kind of winging it and deciding things on the fly. And we saw stuff with like at one point Douyin Chinese TikTok was banning people just posting content in Cantonese and several other non-Mandarin languages because they didn't have the censors to check it. They didn't have censors that spoke those languages, so they were like, well, rather than risk that this is anti-government content, we're just going to kind of ban it outright. And since then they've invested in some censorship for larger languages, but if you're posting in a minority language in China, you're probably more likely to get censored because they just don't want to take the risk and they definitely don't want to invest.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Just fuck it, get rid of it. And it also, again, it helps to reinforce the idea of the sort of Han ethno-nationalist project that Xi Jinping inevitably wants to build within fucking China, right? Like, there's layers to this cake. Lots and lots of layers.
And so you see this kind of, there is a legal requirement to do censorship and control, but also companies are working in a grey area of what should be banned or what should be allowed, and they generally overcorrect and ban content that maybe the government doesn't really like but wouldn't say was illegal. And again, like you said, there's no one that you can appeal this to because this is a private company acting on its own, controlling its users, and it's entitled to by, some user agreement that you scroll through and didn't read when you signed up for your account. And, even especially...
Again, all for the maintenance of their own power. This can never be fucking forgotten at any point in time. It's a symbiotic relationship between these corporations and the government to maintain their own positions of power within the current hierarchy.
Actually, in China, obviously, there aren't the kind of constitutional protections that you might bring a lawsuit under. But even in the US, right, these are private companies. They're entitled to control their private spaces online how they see fit. But it becomes very difficult when you're censoring spaces online, when you're, like you said, Mark Zuckerberg changing your policies for Facebook to curry favor with the Trump administration. And even if that's a complete 180 from how you were controlling content online when you were trying to curry favor with the Biden administration.
I mean, I think in all cases, the tech companies have realized over the past couple of years that like the government just wants power over the speech on the platform. And I think that's actually a trade that they're happy to make if it means they can continue to profit, especially if that trade-off results in them being able to collect more data, which a lot of these laws will actually...
Again, that's the fucking scary thing right there, right? Like, the further melding of the state and all of the private institutions, that's the sort of basis of fascist fucking economies and the basis of fucking fascism, right? All of these corporations, what do they care about? Just making money above all else. Who cares if, I don't know, like there's like a random, if the state is like carrying out a fucking concentration camp or killing a bunch of people or whatever. We don't give a shit about that. There's money to be made.
They allow them to do. YouTube can now start scanning our faces and doing biometric checks to make sure that, there's not underage people using certain, products in certain areas.
And like you said earlier as well, it sets up even greater walls to competitors, right? Because it increases the costs, and like Cory Doctorow has written a lot about like how these companies lobbied for laws that make it harder to like scrape Facebook so you can like take all of your followers with you and move somewhere else very easily, even though Facebook benefited from that when it was competing with MySpace. And so they're setting up walls around them, and it's in their interest to both to cozy up to the government so that you're the like chosen service, but also to, if you're going to lobby for something that for you will cost like a fraction of a percent of your like annual revenue to do, but for an upstart service like Blue Sky or one that hasn't been invented yet, that might be like 50% of their budget, and that's that's going to be crippling for them.
Much less like all of these online forums and small services that are subject to the same laws. I wrote about the Online Safety Act in the UK after it went into effect. You saw Alcoholics Anonymous forums shut down, groups that were created actually for children to report instances of abuse. And
this is the exact same thing I was also talking about as well, because there's going to be collateral when it comes to this, right? Because again, do a lot of these motherfuckers, when they implement these geriatric dipshits, when they implement all this, these differing sort of broad sort of sweeps of censorship, right, for a bunch of conservative prudes who barely also understand what their children think or how the fucking internet works, that they are also might be shooting down a lot of really good communities online that do a lot of good work for, domestic violence situations, alcoholic situations, drug abuse situations, where sometimes some person's just not willing to go to a fucking therapist, but they'll go online to like a particular Reddit thread or something. Oh, guess what? Can't fucking do any of that under the Online Safety Act within the UK, and that's also becoming more and more so potentially to a lot of the West as well, because oh well, children might run into that and it might be fucking unsafe. It's just like, dog, man, like okay, and if children are running into an Alcoholics Anonymous subreddit, don't know how the fuck they're doing that. Might be something wrong with the algorithm there, but whatever. Okay, sure. Then good. They can learn about the horrors of alcohol if they decide to drink. If not if they decide to drink too much alcohol, but if people drink too much alcohol, they can learn about the consequences of being an alcoholic. So they might actually learn something for once in their lives. But again, like, it's all about ensuring that these people are only just smart enough to operate the machines for all these fucking companies, but still too stupid in order to be able to properly educate themselves on a lot of these sort of complicated issues.
Help young women who are abused. So it's horrible. Like, those are the type of like nonprofit communities. I think when we think of social networking, we think of these massive like behemoths, but there is still this like kind of indie web of social platforms and communities that are subject to these same regulations that will just be knocked completely out of business. And it bothers me so much that all of this is sold to the public as cracking down on big tech. Like, even you hear this from leftists in America, like, we've got to pass these censorship laws. That's really going to hold tech accountable. And I think your correlation with China is so important because, like, these, as you mentioned, China's tech industry.
I'm so it has to be fucking Tanky's the only people who would make those sort of arguments, explicitly agreeing with fucking conservatives, because again, it's like, well, China was able to do it so well, and like, it's so much better in China. They have like such like so much less fucking AI slop and dog shit, and look at all these educational programs that exist. Like, dog, you can find those also in like the West as well. You just have to fucking look for it. It's just that algorithms currently exist, and these also exist in fucking China, don't think it is profitable to push all that stuff to children. Like, it's so fucking stupid, man.
Industry has become really big and really powerful, and it has always embraced censorship. So this idea that censorship is sort of antithetical to corporate domination in the tech landscape just seems ridiculous.
Yeah, and all these Western tech companies that like to talk about free speech, I mean, they all tried their best to cooperate with China when there seemed like there was a chance to do so. Google was in China for years, made a real good, that was during the don't be evil days as well. Google was trying to break into China, censoring their search engine, claimed that they were offering something that people didn't have, but obviously they were offering a censored search engine which people already did. Facebook notoriously, never got into China, but Mark Zuckerberg spent years lobbying China. He embarrassingly reportedly asked Xi Jinping to name his daughter.
I forgot about that.
Okay. This was a huge effort, and if Facebook had been allowed into China, which
oh yeah, because they just want to have a piece of the fucking Chinese pie, right? Like, they just want to have a piece of the fucking giant ass market, which I find interesting, because it's like, how do you know that those people are going to want to use those particular social media platforms and not just use their local ones that have way more of their people and friends on there? It's a little strange.
I don't think they ever would, because they wouldn't trust them to behave, because obviously the main lever used against Facebook is the US market. It's never going to be the Chinese market, and so that's why the White House has influence over Facebook, but Beijing wouldn't necessarily have. But if they'd got in, of course they would have censored everything, just the same as everyone else. This idea that these companies care about free speech is just nonsense. Maybe they did way back in the day, right at the beginning of these companies, when they were more optimistic young tech founders. There was Jack Dorsey, I think, at Twitter briefly did kind of like it as a platform of protest and things, when it's linked to the Arab Spring and stuff like that. But the idea that these companies would sacrifice their bottom line to protect free speech has just been shown to be false over and over again.
And of course, yeah, I mean, they love it when the protests facilitated by the platform align with the interests of the U.S. government. Like the Arab Spring was praised, but the same sorts of protests regarding speech in Gaza, or even the Me Too movement or the Black Lives Matter movement, that was a huge thorn in, I think, the government side in 2020, and they were really angry about it and upset that people were leveraging Twitter and other platforms to kind of do that type of organizing.
And that's also a similarity with China, right? Content about protests in China is very, very heavily censored, but protests that they like overseas that make the US look bad or make their other geopolitical enemies look bad, that's all over the place. Sometimes in China, the US is shown as like...
Oh yeah, 1000%. And that's no different here either, right? Like, the Hong Kong protests were actively celebrated, very much so within the United States. It's all like fucking political shock jockeying and position and shit, like team sports fucking bullshit. Like, it's not any different in comparison to here, in comparison to Asia and shit like that. Like, I'm telling you, man, like, a lot of fucking Marxist-Leninists and Western tankies need to understand the power of Western cultural osmosis, right? Like, we all know about like the Civ 5 meme about like, you're darned American pop music and fucking blue jeans taking over our fucking culture, right? When someone's like doing way too good in a cultural victory, in terms of like taking over another sort of Civ's culture, for example.
incredibly chaotic country that is subject to protest all the time, and that's shown as a way of saying that our model is much more superior and that democracy doesn't work and things like that. So there is no moral integrity when it comes to companies and censors how they approach these things. They will take one thing, they'll allow one thing if it benefits them and ban something else if it doesn't. They're not doing it on moral grounds.
I've talked about China very briefly in my free speech series before, and I always get the comments. I think because I have a lot of people on the left that are very progressive that watch my channel that are like, well, but China's great, and so how dare you, but they're thriving, they're great.
They're called dumbass fucking Hassan fans because Hassan is a stupid himbo who only likes China because they have trains. That's why honestly, we keep it $1.50 here. And that's what it is, purely. It's because of a bunch of fucking idiot Hassan fans being like, what do you mean? China's literally it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I would literally do everything possible for fucking China. China's the best thing ever. And Taylor's trying to say that it's not the best thing ever, and how dare she criticize heckin' China? What the fuck, dude? It's just okay, bro, nice fucking meme, man.
Great over there, whatever. This is a good thing. We should replicate. We should be more like China. And again, I will say, I'm with you in terms of more like China. If that means providing more social services, great. But what do you say to kind of that? Because I do think China is also simultaneously, even though I vastly disagree with their internet system and censorship, it is villainized in this really aggressive way by the West. And I think we're increasingly seeing some of that stuff break down, actually, which is being used as justification for banning platforms like TikTok. But yeah, how do you sort of respond to that type of stuff?
And it's a difficult thing because people really always want a simplistic story, right? They want China bad, US good, and in China you see the flip side, right? They want US bad, China good, and both countries I think are really guilty of seeing the other country as the only thing that exists in the world. So that when people in the US,
well, honestly, it's part of the sort of just dumbing down of people for the express purpose of easier control of them. A dumber person, someone who is not capable of critical thinking, is easier to control. It is easier to propagandize those individuals into doing rah team sports bullshit, because again, I have been providing plenty, at least I like to think that I've been providing plenty of sort of nuanced analysis, talk about the benefits here of stuff within China, but there's a lot of fucking problems here that need to not be fucking ignored, right? Same with the benefits of certain things within the US, talking about a lot of how they again, and a dumbass fucking American leftist will disagree with this, but in terms of how minority populations are treated in comparison to the rest of the world, the US is amongst the top. Significantly better in comparison to Europe. Definitely much better in comparison to a lot of the Asian countries, right? In terms of social progressivism, the US is pretty much on fucking top. Obviously, we are in a particular backlash moment, so it is backsliding a little bit, but in terms of how minority populations get treated within the United States in comparison to, say, China or Europe, it is much, much better here in comparison.
When you're criticizing the US system or stuff, you'll hear oh, you want it to be like China, right? You want to live under an oppressive authoritarian state. And when you criticize things in China, they'll be like, oh, you want Donald Trump, do you? As if that's the only thing that democracy leads to. And so it's problematic on both sides. And obviously, the reality is much more nuanced. There are lots of great things about China. There are lots of kind of fantastic things that people do in China that there are good things the government does. There are lots of bad things the government does. There are lots of bad things that happen within the country. Like I said, it's this is not a kind of paradise internet just because it's censored and they don't have some of the bad stuff that we have in the West. But equally, it's not, a terrible place where you can't say anything online. It's not some kind of caricature or of how people used to think of it. And, what I always kind of say to people, especially, because as someone who's covered China, my whole career, I have a great affection for this country, I have a great interest in this country, I care about it, and I want to kind of paint a nuanced picture of it. And when you criticize China, you're often attacked for, oh, you're attacking this country, or you're some kind of stooge of the West. And I'm like, no, the West has myriad problems as well. And the thing I do, the cynical kind of approach to this, I think, is, two things can be bad, right? The US can be bad, and China can also be bad. And equally, the flip side of that is that, bits.
Again, Marxists, quick reminder, what is the overall sort of immediate sort of thing that you're supposed to say as a fucking Marxist? It turns out that the nation state is kind of bad. The concentration of power into this hand of fucking out-of-touch goddamn bureaucrats might actually be kind of a fucking bad thing in terms of effective outcomes for the goddamn proletariat. Again, Marx himself said the purpose of the state is for its, existence. Existence for the sake of existence, as he said in the critique of the Gotha program, which is why he wanted to fucking do away with it. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Mini. This is, what do no gods, no masters mean again? Same thing applies here. No bureaucrats, no state. None of that shit. You want a fucking successful communist revolution? You want the fucking state to be fucking abolished? Why concentrate more and more power into the fucking state? Why would, like, because that's like the idea by what a lot of fucking Marxist Leninists mean in terms of like democratic fucking centralism. They basically say like, oh, what if we just concentrate as much power as possible, more and more and more into the state, and then it will altruistically go with the proper transitionary steps needed to advance to fucking communism. It's like you are aware that essentially you are asking for the state itself to abolish its own power. Like, have you read Critique of the Gotha program? That's what you would have to do. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you ask people who have just acquired more and more power for themselves to be willingly able to sort of relinquish that shit? That's not how that works. That's never how that works. It's fucking delusional.
It's about both countries can be good, and you know, I think that we are starting to see a shift on this, right? As China is, you know, becoming slightly more open, particularly to foreign tourists. We're seeing like Western YouTubers go there, and you know, there are some problems in some of those things because some of those tours are being organized by like Chinese propaganda outlets, and there are specific things that they're being shown, and there are specific kind of purposes that the Chinese state is using that. But the US would happily do something similar, I think, if they could get their act together, and also maybe if they cared about foreign audiences as much as China cares about foreign audiences, which obviously the White House doesn't. So we're starting to see more of a kind of nuanced vision of China, even on platforms that maybe didn't used to offer that before, right? It used to be a stereotype on YouTube that you always saw these videos often produced by like Falun Gong linked outlets that were all about like China's about to collapse, or you know, Xi Jinping is secretly dead and things like that. And now you're seeing kind of Hassan walk around Shanghai and have a great time. And I don't think that's problematic. I think so long as we can have an awareness.
Dude, those fucking goddamn slop channels that do that shit is so stupid. But there's always been like a lot of like, I think it's like called South China Morning Post or something, and it's always just the same fucking slop propaganda from the goddamn state itself.
Of the criticisms that exist within China from Chinese people about their own system, then that's fine. You know, sometimes the problem is that we only hear criticisms from the outside, but all of those criticisms exist within the system, and from the type of audience you're describing that would say, oh, you know, why are you bad-mouthing China? The people that they would maybe feel solidarity with and get along with best in China actually echo a lot of the criticisms that they are pushing back against. And I think that's an important thing to say, is that, you know, sometimes when that media environment is very controlled, you're not hearing those critical voices, but those critical voices are there, and people are feeling that sentiment even if they can't express it online.
I know, and the US government is so opportunistic, and there's like this whole class of people on Twitter that will just amplify any bad thing. And as you said, I would love their high-speed rail system. I would love a lot of things about China. I don't think I would take complete and total online censorship in exchange for that, but hopefully we can work to a world that has like both of those things, like freedom of speech and personal liberties, and the ability to dissent online and organize online, and a free and open internet and innovation, and not be sending all of our money to God knows what the government is doing with it, but actually like building a better America, or all Western countries. I know I have some UK listeners too. So yeah, I think it's just so important, like you said, to sort of recognize it's a nuanced picture. And China and America are both very big countries. Europe is also very big. Australia is not as big, but their impact on the internet, I think they punch above their weight.
Yeah, and it's interesting actually that Australia is coming back into this conversation, because back in the kind of late 2000s and early 2010s, they were trying to do some of this, you know, a more censorious approach again then, and it kind of eventually was dropped because there was such a backlash. Like they tried to introduce essentially like a whitelist, like a you know, Great Firewall essentially for Australia, and WikiLeaks managed to get hold of some of the documents around that, and you know, it was supposed to be blocking adult content, right? And inevitably every single time there's a program that's supposed to block adult content, you always find, oh, we coincidentally included a bunch of political websites in this.
Yes, of course.
Or we, you know, included like websites that are around LGBT identity and nothing to do with porn or anything like that.
Or feminist content.
Yeah, and you hear the same arguments that, oh, we can't have like transparency, we can't publish this publicly because then we're publishing a list of porn sites, which means we need to keep it secret from you, which means we can add whatever we like to that list because people don't have any oversight. And
we've taken a look at the fucking list of websites on the sort of that have been banned basically by Australia with their current regulations right now. And it's just like, okay, this is, first off, this is just not gonna fucking work, dude. This is really, really fucking stupid. But some of the websites that have been given exemptions, they gave exemptions to fucking Roblox and LinkedIn, for fuck's sake. First off, what kid's gonna be using fucking LinkedIn? What, you want fucking child workers or some shit, Australia? Okay, bro. Nice fucking thing to imply there, you fucking weirdos. And Roblox, if we're talking about the grooming of children, if that's what we're so concerned about, that's the fucking den of grooming. That is the arch fucking grooming, like, location there. What the fuck are you doing? If we're talking about like online fucking safety for children, you ban Roblox out of you fucking exterminatus that shit. You're just like, no, this is not allowed. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, there's like, how many Nazi grooming gangs have been discovered? Not to mention all the fucking pedophiles that use Roblox. So, like, again, like, you want to ban all these other fucking social media platforms, but not Roblox and fucking LinkedIn of all things. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
really tried this before. We're seeing maybe a kind of more well-meaning approach this time with kind of the social media ban.
I would say it's very not well-meaning. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it has enormous problems in that it's, obviously it's the age verification thing that creates a huge problem because you are, and again, like we were saying earlier, that it's a SOP to a lot of these private companies that want to do this work, right? You're outsourcing age verification to some company which then becomes a big player and then sets up walls to.
Again, like, it's not only that, but also I think AI security stuff, which has been mentioned earlier as well. I mentioned it earlier. A bunch of like testing of new differing tools for, again, like more further cracking down on what can be seen as dissent by the state or by these fucking corporations, right? Because, again, they're willing to do everything in the interest of the state in order to make sure that they can make a lot more money.
Competitors or to criticism of it. And also, one thing we haven't touched on is, when you force kind of big platforms or mainstream websites to kind of monitor and censor their content like this, you do create a kind of dark ecosystem of sites that are just not going to do it, right? You encourage people to go to that. We see, kind of really sketchy sites aren't doing age verification in the UK because why would they? They're already hosting like pirated and potentially illegal content.
Oh, the worst. I was on like a gore.
Just casually, yeah.
I was for work. But I was talking to this guy who is a hacker, whatever, one of these, like he's a source of mine, but he runs a bunch of these really horrible websites, like horrific. And I was talking about AI stuff because he's convinced people are uploading some of that gore is AI now and whatever. But yeah, I mean, someone like him, first of all, he's not even based in the US, but like he's running the most vile, horrific sites imaginable, and they're getting people in. I mean, I think of also some of these like incel forums or places where truly will radicalize young people. And we see a lot of young people turning to these more extreme sites because, like you said, they're open. They're never going to follow the rules, and they'll constantly escape accountability, constantly be moving domain names and things like that. So yeah, I mean, it's horrifying. And that's why when I would argue that these people who claim to care so much about children, they don't really, the effect of these laws, I mean, they just don't. Every moral panic throughout time has been passed in the name of protecting children, and it's infuriating.
And nearly all of them will say, when you ask them, oh, we don't want adults watching porn either, they will openly admit that this is a wedge.
Yeah, and they believe, by the way, as you said.
Oh, yeah, by the way, this is exact same arguments that they use with gay people, trans people all the time. They'll just be like, oh, well, we just don't want kids to engage with this, like, lascivious sort of propaganda or art or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then, it turns out, like, oh, you're also banning it for adults. I thought we were just talking about kids here. It's like, oh, did we say kids? No, we just meant in general. No, fuck you guys. It's like, oh, so you're all just liars. It's like, yeah, why would you ever trust anything that comes out of a conservative's mouth when it comes to censorship? They are anti-free speech. They have always been pro-censorship.
Said porn is LGBTQ content, like reproductive justice content.
To speak specifically about the UK, I mean, we've seen this, massive rolling back of trans rights in the UK, driven in a large part by groups linked to J.K. Rowling. And, just recently we saw like the Women's Institute and the Girl Guides say they're going to ban trans women from participating in those things. It's really not difficult to see quite near future where discussion of trans identity and trans life gets classed as adult, right? Because this is somehow leading children astray and brainwashing them into changing their identity. And then all
despite the fact that it's actually just like complete fucking nonsense, right? J.K. Rowling and her gaggle of banshees and shriekers and witches, like demon children, I guess for lack of a better term, a collection of miserable, middle-aged, divorced wretches who are all a bunch of just ugly fucking prudes who are just mad about the fact that people are trying to express themselves in a differing sort of way. Will very often use a lot of Nazi justifications for a lot of her fucking positions. But that's just like J.K. Rowling in a sort of like nutshell. She is someone who is not trustworthy. For her, it is about, again, not going to therapy for her fucking goddamn traumas. Which is why she's just doing this, by the way. She's just traumatized about the fact that she suffered a sexual assault by a man, and when she was like sort of like trans curious, and as a result, like, sort of like completely backed away from all that and decided to sort of like take it out on trans people as a result. That's how she internalized that fucking trauma that she had. She is just a miserable fucking wretch. Like, girl, go to fucking therapy about this shit. Like, the fuck is wrong with you?
Banned online, and you'll have to have some kind of age verification, give you a driver's license to just read, go on a forum where people are discussing being trans, or go on a subreddit where people are discussing being trans. It expands so quickly.
Well, that's already what they plan to do with the Kids Online Safety Act. We had hearings last week here for the Kids Online Safety Act and 18 other horrible bills, including the Screen Act and the App Store Accountability Act. All of these, they all have like these like generic names and for the most evil laws ever. But the Heritage Foundation, which helped draft the Kids Online Safety Act, also Elon Musk also participated in drafting the Kids Online Safety Act. Like the worst people ever wrote this law. But the Heritage Foundation is bragging about how they plan to deplatform trans people. Jonathan Haidt, who has become this really well-known figure and actually was crucial in pushing the social media ban in Australia, has spread horrible anti-trans bigotry. So I think that part of the reason, as Marsha Blackburn, one of the lawmakers who's co-sponsored the Kids Online Safety Act, she said it needs to be passed because kids are being exposed to transgender ideology online and they need to curtail that. So I don't even think it's like...
Yeah, man, kids very well known for being exposed to transgender ideology online. Totally, bro. I mean, I've talked about this before, but here's the thing with fucking conservatives. They do not think of children as human. They think of them as things, as robots, as simulacra, as automata for things to have imprinted upon them. They do not have their own thoughts, feelings, or beliefs in the mind of the conservative. They do not think of children as human, because they themselves are simply anti-fucking human. Conservatives just want what is worse for children, broadly speaking. They just want to make your life significantly worse. For what purpose exactly? I don't know. Fuck you, suffer, eat my shit, just die. Because of the fact that conservatives only care about one thing and one thing only. Maintenance of fucking hierarchy and control under who exactly? Well, white conservative men, specifically. And that's why they do the things and believe in the things that they do, generally speaking. There's no altruistic sort of belief for any of that stuff. No, not at all. It's all about maintaining those systems of power and control.
Speculative or anything that's down the road. I think that is ultimately the goal of this legislation. And it bothers me when these people that say they're progressive and liberal and stuff just completely go along with it because they think, oh, well, censorship, we'd crack down on big tech, censorship good or whatever.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to that idea that, we missed an opportunity. What we should have been pushing was kind of moderation, right? Like that you are requiring platforms to have some kind of moderation and transparent and some kind of oversight where you could have, it's quite a radical view, maybe particularly in the US, but like you could have some kind of democratic, influence over these companies where you have like a users union or something that can have some kind of voice, has a seat on the board. And, we've blown past maybe, I think, the opportunity to introduce those kind of reforms. And instead we're introducing things that only, disempower users and censor users while massively empowering these companies that we claim to be cracking down upon.
Well, James, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
That's it for this week's Free Speech Friday. You can support
Lovely. Very good video here. My overall thoughts on all of this. So yeah, obviously, a lot of stuff with China is overblown. A lot of stuff with the United States is overblown. Although, both of them are really fucking bad in terms of censorship. And again, thanks to these sort of like deteriorating material conditions that we find ourselves under right now, people are being essentially forced to sort of force isolate themselves more and more and more and more for the exact same reasons, right? It's all about maintaining systems of hierarchy and control and more power under a sort of very specific subset of individuals, that being, of course, the bourgeois. Corporations, the rich, the people in power, all these like fucking aristocrat fucking dipshits who simply care about one thing and one thing only, concentrating more wealth and power under themselves for what exactly? Having all of that control, all of that wealth under themselves. That is it. Maintaining that hierarchy, because they are the current ones that are maintaining it for themselves. And as a result, it is making everything around the world significantly worse, whether it be about the economy, free speech, censorship, and of course, the surveillance state that is becoming more and more necessary in order to maintain that essential hierarchy that I am constantly describing here. Maintenance of hierarchy and control. Never forget that. That's what all of these motherfuckers ultimately want. The bourgeois, corporations, the rich, yada yada yada. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice meme. Taylor also interviewed Arun on this subject about Southeast Asia. Neat. Also, I mean, boy meets Minnie, if there's like, I don't know, any like video that you suggest should be taken a look at, just like post the fucking goddamn links in chat. I remember you also said that from another video talking about well, I think it was like Samantha Lux's sort of like, was it transition or something? First sort of initial transition. Just fucking post it as well. Fuck it. who the fuck we raiding out to today? We love talking about censorship, don't we, folks? Our favorite thing to talk about. Alright. Why don't we raid out to USA Hole? That's how you spell that name. Alright. Raid messages, dorks. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho raid button if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, see the wow we get the Daho raid button's how we show appreciation. Those are into you case gamers. In any case gamers, I will be back tomorrow. And we'll be continuing with our misadventures in Factorio. Because I think we are now pretty much done with Mega Dimensions. We're pretty much done with Legend CA yet again. Hooray for me. Man, it's gonna be a while since I've been on fucking Factorio. That's crazy. Although we're getting close with that as well, relatively speaking. Anywho. I will be back tomorrow, though, gamers. I'll be continuing with all that good stuff. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.